Two, check. What's up, friends? Hello. Good day. Sorry I'm late. How's it going? How's it going, folks? Yeah, running behind today. Check. I'm not muted. You're muted, Dave. I'm not muted. I can see the red lines going, the lines going up. Not muted. Yeah, running a little late. I was editing the podcast this morning. We did a Insurgents podcast with Owen Higgins last night. It was a good one. That's just that's going to drop later on this afternoon. I was editing that right up until the last moment, and then I was like, dang, I really need to get a energy drink. I really need to get an energy drink. So I went to go, and in fact, I'm going to open it right now. I'm going to open it this very moment because I'm very thirsty, and I do need some. I do need a little boost here. Chin chin. I got the classic white monster here for you. Oh. Dang. I've talked about this before, when you're really ready for it, nothing hits quite the same. When you're really at a deficit and you really need a little boost. And it's nice and crisp and cold, refreshing, very good stuff. Okay. What is up, everyone? So let's not dilly-dally too long here. Let's not have any dilly-dallying. Okay? We're going to, because I'm late already. Warriors or Celtics tonight. Who do you think is winning? It's in Boston. I'm going to go ahead and pick the Warriors and comeback game tonight. Tie the series. So we do have today, in just 1 hour. In fact, I just tweeted that I'm live already. We've got Ben Norton of Multipolarista coming on in 1 hour's time to talk about the failed Summit of the Americas. That should be really good stuff, I think, especially considering a lot of the controversy around the Summit of the Americas is centered around the Biden administration not inviting Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. And we love to weigh in on this kind of stuff, but Ben Norton actually does live in Nicaragua and is actually familiar with some of this stuff, so can maybe talk to us a little bit about Nicaragua and whether Nicaragua is really a dictatorship, or what kind of repression does exist in Nicaragua, and whether this repression is maybe necessary, considering the long history of United States-based imperialists trying to politically interfere in this country through NGOs, through journalistic outlets, It's a question we ask often on the show. What right do countries have to actually defend themselves from Western interference? We have this constant process of the West, setting up shop in these countries, getting a foothold with the NGO industrial complex, funding journalists. And when these countries like Nicaragua react to that in any way, this open, obvious campaign of destabilization, we take their reaction and we frame that as being part of some like repressive authoritarian dictatorship. But do countries have a right when America is putting resources into establishing, institutions in your country designed to destabilize and ultimately overthrow the country and promote Western-style free market capitalism and oppose whatever independent political project they're pursuing? Do countries have a right to push back on that? I would say that they do. I think Ben does as well. But coming from Nicaragua, he should have an interesting viewpoint of that. Ugh. Like a hair on my face or something that's like... Does Venezuela have a right to exist? Is a question you hear. Yeah, some people might not know the answer. Many people in the United States government don't know the answer. I mean, literally, they don't even know who the fuck they're talking about half the time. The other day when they asked the press secretary, why is Bolsonaro invited to the Summit of the Americas, especially with all these like preconditions that he agreed to go, you're not going to talk about the Amazon, you're not going to talk about any of these issues with Bolsonaro. That's the whole pretext for his coming. And they were like, listen, we continue to recognize Juan Guaido. So like they don't even know which of these countries is which. They don't even know where they've declared president, who they've declared president where. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what the fuck's going on. It is hilarious that Mexico wouldn't show up, and I think it's interesting too. I think it's an interesting sign about the shifting power balance around the world right now. That's not something that Mexico would do, I don't think, even if they had a willing president. That's not something that Mexico would have done 5-10 years ago, I don't think. The fact that Mexico feels comfortable making that kind of a declarative statement is really a sign, I think, about the shifting power balance, the global power balance, which is exciting. They are so mad at Mexico. It's very funny. That's not what she said. She said Juan Guaido. Juan Guaido. Sorry. She doesn't even know how to say the fucking guy's name. I swear to God, Rob Rousseau, have more legitimacy to be president of Venezuela than Juan Guaido does. I swear. Or at least it's equal. At very least, I have the same level of legitimacy of president of Venezuela than Juan Guaido does. Or to like make it culturally, to make it make sense, I have just as much legitimacy to be Canadian president as Juan Guaido does to be president of Venezuela, which is to say none. I have no one backing me. I've got no constituency. No one has voted for me. You know? Incoming stories about human rights violations in Mexico. It's already started, DRP. It's already started. There's already progressive Democrats responding to this by accusing AMLO and accusing Mexico of sliding towards authoritarianism and stuff. So it's already happening. Get you on the next flight to Venezuela. I agree with that. Supporting terrorism will be the next thing you hear. Yeah, even though cartels only exist because of American drug laws, and I'm sure have crossed over with American intelligence as well. Yep. Lots of stuff to talk about today. Remember, Amy Klopp didn't know who AMLO was. I'm great. She's qualified enough to go to Ukraine and talk to these Ukrainian militias and be like, yeah, we'll get you whatever you want. Don't worry about it. As long as you're fighting Russia, we'll get you whatever you want. Doesn't even know who the goddamn president of Mexico is. There's already annoying people responding to me in my replies because I mentioned Ben Norton. Ask him where Grey Zone gets their funding from. No, I don't think I will. I don't think I will do that because I don't care. Guess what? I don't give a shit. How about that? He doesn't even work for Grey Zone anymore, so... It's amazing how Grey Zone really just makes people very upset. The whole idea of Grey Zone. Oh my god, a journalistic outlet that, like, talks about the evil thing America does and, like, doesn't obfuscate by having some phony, like, both sides equivalency, talking about other countries. Like, who fucking cares? If you want to know why Russia's bad or China's bad, tune into every other single news channel. Why does Grey Zone or why does any other, like, left-wing outlet have to include that in their coverage in an effort to be, like, legit, have some kind of, like, both sides equivalency or legitimacy? If you want to know about bad things that Russia does, just turn on your TV. You can look at any single other news channel. Why do you need these independent outlets to do this? You know, who cares? Who gives a shit? Many Yankee leftists are activated with Cold War politics. America's fucking doomed. Certainly feels like that. So, and, like, I'm not even this big Grey Zone defender. Like, I criticize it all the time, but it's just like, I hate this attitude of just like, ooh, they never criticize Russia. I bet they're being funded by Russia. If you were really independent, you'd criticize Russia, sir. And it's like, literally, there's endless journalistic outlets devoted to criticizing Russia 24 hours a day. There's no shortage of that. There's zero shortage of Russia criticism in our media. Just if you want someone to criticize Russia, just look at that. If you want to know what the United States national security establishment or the intelligence community is doing, maybe there's other outlets we can take a look at. You know? Hey, Squatch. Hey, Fart Party.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thanks for the 7 months of Tier 1. Ben Bang Boom. Thank you. Thank you for that. Rob really does have the best emotes on Twitch. It is true. Very true. That's absolutely correct. If you're not Rachel Maddow going on TV hysterically screaming about Russia every night, you're in the pocket of Big Putin. That's right. That's absolutely right. Even like stuff like RT, which I don't watch a lot of. We've talked about RT before, though, and how an RT does like platform a lot of progressive voices, a lot of like pro-Palestinian voices, such as Norman Finkelstein, such as Abby Martin, that mainstream media in the United States just doesn't touch. But people say, well, you can't go on RT, it's Russian propaganda. RT never criticizes Russia. And it's like, you know what? Do you ever see CNN criticizing the United States military establishment? No, you don't. Or Fox, or any of this shit. Like, no, it's not surprising. That still doesn't mean there's not valuable information that we can get, while also understanding that it's giving things from a pro-Russian perspective. We're adults. We can think for ourselves. We understand that outlets like RT are promoting the pro-Russian viewpoint. We're not fucking babies. We can understand that and separate the real information that's there, of which and talk about the anti-war and pro-Palestinian voices that are on there that will never ever get a moment to talk about these issues on CNN or MSNBC or Fox. The fact that only works if they turn around after and say Russia bad. CNN only criticizes U.S. foreign policy for not doing more war faster. That's right. That was the main problem a lot of these outlets had with Trump. They thought they were so adversarial during the Trump years. Partially, it was just because he was too mean to the troops. And he talked about getting out of NATO, which in retrospect, I fucking wish he had done. I would like to thank my friends at Bellingcat, who are, of course, a 100% independent investigation group. Absolutely. Which is something you say, obviously. That's obviously something you say. You have to say that. When you are a 100% independent investigative group, you obviously have to make these disclaimers. Fucking amazing. We can take a look at more of that stuff as well. CNN did one single segment about Saudi Arabia blowing up that bus in Yemen full of children using an American-made bomb, and people were shocked because it was such an extremely rare segment on CNN. I mean, just even CNN, just the fact that they've talked a little bit about Palestine, and they talked about Shireen Abu Akleh's murder, and like basically did actual journalism to show that it was Israel that did it. That is an amazing, just the fact that they've done that, I think, is like shocking. I have no idea what this whole Paul Mason thing, has anyone got a link to a quick rundown? I would just check. We talked about it a bunch this week. Metal dipshit. Here's a thread from Aaron Mate that's has the article in question and a lot of the information. Basically, he's working with the state, and connections with the national security establishment to try and censor anti-imperialist news that he disagrees with, essentially.
And he's accused everything of being part of a network of Putin propaganda, innit?
That's what he sounds like. That's what he sounds like. It's just funny, though, because in his emails that were hacked, he basically admitted that Bellingcat was an arm of intelligence. And now he's backtracking on that, now that he's exposed them even more so. He's exposed them even more so, and now he's trying to backtrack. Look at this. I even made a special image. For today. I made a special image, or meme, if you will. I'll show the Mason tweet in question now. I really had a good laugh about this morning. I'm staying away from talking about it on Twitter, though, because now there's people getting banned from PayPal for even promoting anything about this right now. I'm not touching that. Because this fucking snitch piece of shit, Paul Mason, is obviously working with whatever intelligence connections that he has to ensure that anyone that is talking about this, again, is removed from social media, removed from PayPal, unable to earn a living. And he says,
I'd like to thank everyone who's helped me understand the Russian hack and leak attack on me,
including Elliot Higgins of Bellingcat, who are, of course, I'm not going to do the voice, who are, of course, a 100% independent investigations group and a vital ally in the struggle against disinformation from all states. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for clarifying that. And here's the thing. It's like, I don't even disagree that they are independent, but this is the reality, okay? This is the reality. Here it is from the horse's mouth. From Elliot Higgins himself of Bellingcat, admitting back in 2017, Bellingcat has received money from the following: OSF, Medan, NED, Google, Adicium, crowdfunding. As I've said before, if you've taken 1 cent of money from the NED, immediately suspect, and you will always be suspect, no matter how independent you might be. The NED is not funding media outlets because they're like oppositional, or they're like doing a journalism that shines a light on what the U.S. military and what Western imperialism is doing. The NED doesn't just decide to fund outlets just for fun, just for like a fun thing to do. You know, that's not what this is about. And it's also the OSF. And we can dig into these other things as well. It's not just the NED, which is a CIA cutout. It's the OSF, which is the Open Societies Foundation, which, as we know, is George Soros's NGO who set up shop in Ukraine in the mid-2000s to promote the Orange Revolution in the 2000s. They promoted the Maidan Revolution in 2014. They've supported regime change in Ukraine and all around the world as part of this kind of benign liberal NGO complex. So that also funds Bellingcat. So I'm sorry, when you take money from these organizations, no, you are not actually a 100% independent investigative group. Or if you are independent, you're being funded precisely because of the viewpoint that you're propagating. Foreign Policy Magazine in 2020. Bellingcat can say what U.S. intelligence can't. Open source investigations enable officials and lawmakers to discuss Russian skullduggery without exposing sources and methods of U.S. intelligence. That's Foreign Policy Magazine just openly talking about this in 2020. We talked about the NGO complex in the Washington Bullets book club. Well, that's good, Metal Dipshit, because it's going to come up today as well. Because obviously the NGO complex is a big part of this. The way the United States and Western imperialism controls and dominates these countries in Latin, Central, and South America. And I'm sorry, but this is just fucked up. Worth understanding that while this is from a comment from 2022. Oh, this is from just the other day. God damn, dude. So the question is, Paul Mason stuff aside, can anyone explain to me in sensible terms why so many people think Bellingcat are a Russian op? Okay, no one thinks. Who thinks they're a Russian op? What the fuck? But look at this. Look at this comment. Worth understanding that whilst Bellingcat is at least partially funded by NED, there are a lot of volunteers who receive no funding, whose roles as translators, geotaggers, ordnance nerds, etc. are absolutely above board and trustworthy. Baby bathwater, pinch of salt, etc. And I'm sorry, but if you find yourself being a volunteer for a CIA cutout funded independent journalism outlet, and you're doing unpaid volunteer work, congratulations, you fucking played yourself. No. It's not. It's funded. Yes, it's funded by the NED, but we've got plenty of people doing unpaid volunteer work for this that are just like taking time out of their day to contribute to these narratives that we're putting together. Imagine doing that shit for free. They're happy to do it. That's it. And once again, we can talk to our friend Noam Chomsky. It's not necessarily about the NED or the OSF handing over sacks of cash to journalistic outlets such as Bellingcat and telling them what to think and believe. It's they pay them and sponsor them specifically because they already believe certain things and don't need to be told what to believe.
How can you know that I'm self-censoring? How can you know that
you're
journalists
self-censoring. I'm sure you believe everything you're saying. But what I'm saying is if you believe something different, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting.
The Virgin Noam Chomsky, but he's also made a very good point that I think has always been very enlightening in these moments, even though I think he should also be asking himself the same question. I'm a volunteer coordinates nerd for a NED-sponsored independent journalistic outlet. That's loser shit. Sometimes you do have to hand it to the Chomsk. You do. Yes, you do. Believe me, folks, if I was getting paid by some nefarious government or organization, I would not be on here debasing myself by, brainwashing community members into supporting the channel. If I was getting money from any nefarious outlet, that would be the last thing that I would want to do. Not that I'm doing that. I mean, that's obviously a joke. And you're all contributing of your own free will and volition. Obviously. In fact, just scratch whatever I just said. Just forget about it. Mason's tweet is it's fucking hilarious. You can tell Higgins reached out to him like, dude, what the fuck? Come on, man. Yeah, ignore all the stuff I said about brainwashing and everything. That's not true, obviously. No, it was not a rain. I just had a monster. I had a white monster. Fart party. Okay, it's 1:25. Let's look at some highlights. We're going to look at some highlights of the Summit of the Americas. It's been funny for me this week to repeatedly point out that Bellingcat is a NED-sponsored media outlet, also from the OSF. I can't believe anyone would just overlook that and just be like, no, I think they're still trustworthy. I think they're just a little NED money. It's fine. I'm sorry, but I don't buy it. Just a little NED money as a treat. Bellingcat never debases itself asking for money. That is true, yeah. Imagine that. So they've got unpaid people doing like that open source intelligence work for them to contribute to their narratives, which are, of course, beneficial to the Western intelligence establishment. So you've got unpaid workers doing research for that to contribute to that. The CIA gig economy. They're being funded by these NGOs and by these CIA cutouts, and they still ask people. So they still ask for donations from their audience. So they've got unpaid workers doing the dirty work for them. They got people funding out of their own pockets this outlet while also taking money from the NED and the OSF to advance pro-Western narratives about, Syria, Libya, Ukraine, Taiwan, all these other countries, Hong Kong. You fools. Bellingcat is like Democratic politicians that get funded by terrible people and organizations, but it in no way affects their pure and noble intentions. Exactly. It's like it's total copium. I actually work for an actually independent journalistic platform, by the way. This here is nonsense. I agree. So do I. And that's why I would not take money from the NED, even if I need money. They're exploiting young college kids who think they need an internship to advance their careers. No, but it's not just interns, though. It's like people that are part of this like open source intelligence community. It's like these like wannabe spies that think they're involved in some kind of noble effort to combat authoritarianism or whatever, when really they're just advancing narratives that are beneficial to the Western security and intelligence communities. Which is just, again, it's just sad. Amateur spy nerds who desperately need to touch grass. Yeah. But yeah, someone was saying like, was it Maxi? Let me see. I missed my opportunity to talk about this. Oh, green key. If you read the tweet ironically, it would make a lot of sense. Yeah, that's what... Like, if you look at this tweet and you just say it in a sarcastic voice. If you just say it in a sarcastic voice, I'd like to thank everyone who helped me understand what the Russian hack and leak attack on me, including Elliot Higgins of Bellingcat, who are, of course, a 100% independent investigations group and a vital ally in the struggle against disinformation from all states. If you just say it in that voice, it's like, it makes a lot more sense. Oh yeah, like the NatSec nerds editing Wikipedia articles or advancing these narratives online and in communities. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking Palm. It just pisses me off. This whole genre of journalism that's really taken off, especially like with the Ukraine war going on, of just like snitching, literally just snitching to your boss, snitching to the cops about people that are sharing perspectives on this global conflict that you don't agree with, essentially, and suggesting that anyone that's sharing an alternative viewpoint from the pro-NATO, pro-Ukraine, pro-Western standpoint, anyone that deviates from that in any way is like, it's not only like just a disagreement, it's literally paid disinformation agents that are engaged in some kind of nefarious information war. Fuck off. It's so annoying. Like I've said, even if you don't agree with the pro-Russian viewpoint, even if you don't agree with it, I think we should still have, I think we still are supposed to live in a society that does have free speech. And even if you don't agree with the Russian perspective on this or any other issue, I think that should be part of our discourse. We should be able to be adults, and we shouldn't be so scared by the idea that someone might share a viewpoint about this global conflict that differentiates from the relentless narrative that we're being presented with. We're not fucking children. We should be able to accept that we have a marketplace of ideas, including ideas that run contrary to these Western narratives. Anti-NATO rhetoric is violence, actually. That's literally what Paul Mason is saying. Like, it's literally, it's not just like, oh, I disagree with people that say that. It's quite literally saying, like, it should be illegal to express that viewpoint. Hang on just one sec, okay? I have a little sniffle. I'm going to go blow my nose, and we're going to watch some highlights from the Summit of the Americas over the last couple of days and the Counter Summit. And then Ben Norton will be joining us in 30 minutes. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I wonder, does this look cool if I do this? Yeah, I'm good to go now. Good to go. And once again, like, not only has Breakthrough News been doing incredible coverage overall over the last couple of months, like of the Russia-Ukraine crisis, it's been a incredibly vital resource. They've been intricately involved in organizing the Counter Summit, not just Breakthrough News, but PSL, which I think has some strong connections with Breakthrough News. What a fucking vital resource they have been. Especially when we've seen people connected to Breakthrough News like Abby Martin, like Eugene Perrier, who followed me on Twitter the other day, by the way. I should get him on the show. Actually interrupting powerful people like Anthony Blinken and asking them very important questions that, of course, get ignored by mainstream journalism in the West. What a vital resource. And seriously, and as I talked about with Ronnie Akalik a few weeks ago, are absolutely should be very paranoid about the possibility that they could be taken off social media. Because, like, this is the exact kind of thing that people like Paul Mason are trying to go after right now. Someone presenting this viewpoint. And there's been this effort to kind of link them in the same way that that fucking weirdo a few minutes ago was asking me who funds the Gray Zone. There's all kinds of questions. Oh, who's funding this? And is it part of the Russian government or whatever? And these disinformation experts are no doubt scrambling right now to try and censor and silence this outlet because of the exact role that they're playing right now in providing that countervailing narrative. I'm so happy I'm finally getting to catch a show. Summer is busy at work for me. Damn work. I know, Rylan. Well, I'm glad you could stop by too. Thank you, Rylan. What do you do for your job, Rylan? I'm going to turn this down. Okay, so we're going to look through some of the clips that Breakthrough has put together of different of the Counter Summit, and we're just going to look through some of the highlights. Ben Norton's coming on in 25 minutes. I work at a community college in the admissions area. Oh, cool. Basically, the only boomer-friendly left show out there. And Brian Becker. Well, and Brian Becker's kind of linked to it intricately himself. Everyone else is too black-pilled and sweary for the boomers. I think I could, maybe if I just toned down in the F-bomb sometime, I could appeal to boomers. Maybe a little bit. Okay, so here's this one clip. The Western media will have you siding with the terrorist forces in Africa and demonizing their leaders who dare resist. That's a lot of what this is about, right? We demonize anyone that does anything to resist the relentless Western interference in their countries. DPRK pilling 70-year-olds. Hell yeah. That's absolutely right. That's what I am doing.
Often when you look at leaders on the African continent and elsewhere in the global south being celebrated by the West, you can bet they're glorified terrorists. Come on. Right?
That's right. But that's what I mean. We demonize anybody, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in Central and South America, whether it's China itself. We demonize anybody that dares to stand up to the empire, right? If anyone ever stands, because I talked about before, like when we talk about China, like that's not, we can get into all the issues about human rights or, you know, all these different geopolitical sort of flashpoints there in Hong Kong or Tibet or Xinjiang. Really what the relentless, or we can talk about the economic reasons, like the US being kind of surpassed in global relevance and in economic dominance by China, and that's the reason this propaganda campaign is going on. The real reason is because, as I mentioned the other day, we cannot stand it when one of these countries that should be a Western colony stands up for itself. We cannot handle that. And when that happens, we have to make an example of them so no other country in the global south gets the wrong idea. Unfortunately, this China thing has gotten, they let them get to the level where they're getting completely under their noses, and now it's a little bit too late for that. And now we're seeing, as a result, more and more countries getting more comfortable with standing up to the empire. Like we're seeing, would Mexico have been comfortable standing up to the empire 5 years ago? I don't think so. We're seeing a lot of these countries openly now defying the United States, defying empire. This is a really good thing.
And alternatively, when you see a leader being demonized on the African continent as being a genocider and a dictator, you can bet what he's trying to do is resist the greed, the demonic greed of imperialism, a kind of greed that just can't get enough. I mean, there's no sense in fighting for Black Lives Matter here, but then when you look at the story out of Ethiopia, you're on the side of armed insurgents because you're reading CNN, right? And something we know are confirmed to be true is UN trucks, UN humanitarian aid trucks, are actually being used by this armed insurgent group to go through different borders and kill civilians. This is the United Nations, right? It's African countries are waking up. We're not so stupid after all. And there's so much more to come, and I think spaces like this really honestly just like fill my heart because I realize there's so many of us that are more aware about what's going on in the world, and there's just no stopping this, you know, and it's just a matter of time before we see a different kind of world. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. This is interesting. Mark Cumbest lives down the street from the People's Summit for Democracy in Los Angeles and saw a poster for it. Came to learn more about the many peoples represented here and to hold the Biden administration accountable for its unfulfilled promises.
My name is Mark Cumbest. I am 39 years old, born and raised in Los Angeles. I love the People's Summit because the People's Summit, it represents the diversity and how we're fighting as humans for our rights. It's going to take for us to come together and to let everyone know how we feel. And unfortunately, we don't feel like Joe Biden is doing everything he's supposed to do. He's not holding himself up to his words, and we're holding him accountable. We feel like he hasn't fulfilled his promises, and I feel like, you know, if Joe Biden could just listen to us, if all the world leaders can hear this, man, this would be a better country if we could just sit down and discuss what's going on, man. And I'm so proud to be here at the People's Summit because what it represents the turning of a new positive movement.
Thank you, Mark. And here's Abby. Of course, I talked about Abby when we looked at her clip confronting Anthony Blinken the other day. You know, endless respect for Abby, one of the few journalists in the West that actually does her basic fucking job of questioning powerful people and the blatant hypocrisy that they routinely display when they lecture other countries about press freedom and that kind of stuff. Joe Biden listening is being way too hopeful. That's right. I think this guy's not quite as far along on the path as we need him to be. I believe he'll get there though. So again, endless respect for Abby for doing her basic job as a journalist, which no one else in the West really ever does. So here's Abby from the People's Summit.
The purpose of sanctions is not to pressure leaders to adopt human rights. It's to make these populations in these countries feel so much pain and suffering that they feel that the only way they can improve their lives is if they overthrow their government and somehow install a pro-US government that will alleviate their suffering, right, and leave them be. That's their objective strategy. That is literally what they think sanctions will do. But what really happens, right? What really happens when the US succeeds in getting what they want, as they have dozens of times in Latin America alone? They send in henchmen at the IMF and the World Bank to force reliance on the US dollar, to make these countries take out massive loans with strict conditions to prevent them from developing on their own. For example, we know one of the reasons for the US-backed coup in Haiti is because they were thinking of raising the minimum wage. And of course, multinational corporations could not have that, right? They wanted Haiti to basically maintain as a sweatshop for multinational corporations. So they decided to back a brutal coup for the crime of wanting to give their people a better life.
I will get Abby on this show eventually. We've talked about Abby coming on the show multiple times. I know she's interested. I know she is very busy though, so I don't want to be annoying about it. But I will get Abby Martin on this show. This is my promise to you. This is my promise to each and every one of you. If it's the last fucking thing I do, I will get Abby Martin to come on this program and talk to us. I did talk to her on my previous podcast, 49th Parallel, when her film Gaza Fights for Freedom came out, which is a film that I recommend everyone watch. You want to understand the fucking depravity that Israel engages in, and the complete disregard, flagrant disregards for human rights or journalistic freedom or any of those things that we love to lecture people about in the West. You just need, if you want to understand where Israel falls on any of these things, you can just watch Abby Martin's film Gaza Fights for Freedom, and you'll have a full understanding of how flagrantly Israel violates all these sacred principles that we love to lecture other countries about. Here's another clip from the People's Summit on the U.S. occupation of Hawaii. And of course, we got to get the U.S. out of Hawaii. Get the fuck out of Hawaii, U.S. military. Just as they need to get out of Puerto Rico, just as they need to get out of Taiwan, they need to get out of Ukraine, they need to get out of Germany, they need to get out of Okinawa, they need to get out of South Korea. Yankee, go home.
I come from a land that has sustained 1 million of my ancestors for millennia. I come from a land where we have over 200 different names for the different types of rain that fall on our land. We have 400 different types of taro that we use to feed our people. We are one of the most biodiverse places on the planet, having different species from valley to valley. We have a vast array of aquaculture, such as Pearl Harbor, with over 20 different fish ponds with which to feed our people, and it is home to a vast field of pearl-producing oysters. Everything I just said is no longer true. Because of US military imperialism and US military pollution has devastated my homeland. When the US government overthrew my country in 1893, they seized 20.6% of all land in Hawaii. Over a fifth of all the land in my homeland is now owned by the US military. And numerous parcels of this land have been turned into Superfund sites, or sites that are so contaminated they may never be livable ever again.
Here is Walter Smolarek, also a member of PSL, and I really think PSL is there's a lot of really great people involved in PSL. We saw Walter, of course, screaming at the president of the OAS for about 5-10 minutes, completely uninterrupted, about the level of hypocrisy on the part of the OAS and how the OAS supported the Bolivian coup, which resulted in the murder of predominantly indigenous protesters who were protesting the undemocratic coup and the installation of the Áñez regime, who of course is on trial right now. Incredible stuff from Walter the other day, just yelling at the president of the OAS for a long time. Without being interrupted, which was really an amazing thing. Is this the People's Summit stream? It's not the stream. We're just looking at some highlights. I got Ben Norton coming on the show in 12 minutes. So we're just looking at some of the highlights from this week from the People's Summit. Breaking Áñez has fainted again. That's right. She just can't keep her eyes open right now. She's very sick. She's just a small bean. She's just a small bean. Leave her alone.
Ever since I've become an activist, I've been inspired by the struggle of the people of Bolivia, by the process of change that's been going on in Bolivia. And so, I remember what it felt like to be reading the news of the coup, to be seeing the images, watching the videos of both the terrible atrocities that were taking place in the country, but also the extreme courage, the heroism of the people who are fighting. And so, when we found out, and I'm a member of an organization called the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And so, when we found out that Luis Almagro was speaking here in Los Angeles during the Summit of the Americas, this fraudulent imperialist summit, of course, we had to do something. We had to confront him about the terrible crimes that took place because of the lies that he told, because of the coup that he set in motion. When I was in the Summit of the Americas, it was specifically for a panel that was about press freedom, that was about media integrity. I mean, it was so ridiculous on many different levels. I think the most obvious one being that, of course, we were dragged out of there, right? I mean, clearly they had no intention of actually engaging with these ideas, with these criticisms, and taking accountability for the crimes that they committed. And of course, that's the key job of, an independent, a critical, a people's press. Clearly, the people inside the Summit of the Americas did not want to engage with that kind of media. The only kind of media that they're willing to engage with are the bought and paid for corporate journalists that dominate the landscape because they are the ones that are promoted by the capitalist ruling class. And in fact, they own the means of communication, right?
Yes,
the
they do.
Major corporations that control the vast majority of media outlets in this country are totally politically loyal to the system. And those are the only people whose ability to carry out their quote unquote journalistic work, that's the only people who the Summit of the Americas organizers care about. One other thing that I noticed when I was in the summit was how completely pathetic the attendance was. At this event,
pathetic.
Not only was
There's
it
no one
Luis
even there.
Almagro, the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, but Anthony Blinken was also speaking at the summit. I mean, he's the most powerful imperialist diplomat, quote unquote diplomat, and hardly anybody showed up to see him. It was essentially like a handful of people and other members of the media, the corporate press for the most part. So yeah, I think that it's a complete embarrassment for the Biden administration. So many countries in Latin America are downgrading their participation in solidarity with Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, who are being unjustly excluded. And that boycott was very, very clearly felt inside the Summit of the Americas.
Cool. Again, big shout out to Walter, who owned the president of the OAS with facts and logic. This is Adea Panezzo Asprilla from Panama, spokeswoman for the Summit of the Americas Working Group on Democratic Governance in Mesoamerica. She refused to read the prepared scripts against Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, left the Summit of the Americas, and came to the People's Summit. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yo soy Adela Panezzo Asprilla, profesora de Filosofía e Historia en la República de Panamá y presidenta del Centro Familiar Afrosanteño en la provincia de Los Santos. Nosotras fuimos invitadas como Centro Familiar Afrosanteño a la Cumbre de las Américas en el tema de gobernabilidad democrática Me tocó ser la coordinadora de la mesa de ese subgrupo de trabajo Mesoamérica, en donde habían 181 personas, no más de 40 personas participaron. Y después de haber hecho un trabajo desde marzo hasta prácticamente mayo, los compañeros consideraron que yo era la persona adecuada para ser la vocera del tema de gobernabilidad democrática en Mesoamérica. El lunes estamos en un panel de democracia y como ellos hablaban de democracia y señalaban que en Cuba, Nicaragua y Venezuela no hay democracia y que en los demás países, a pesar de que hay corrupción, de que hay narcotráfico, de que hay intereses particulares y de todos los problemas, sí hay democracia. Entonces yo me paré y les pregunté a los panelistas qué es democracia para ellos.
It's a good question.
Y les dije que yo considero que hay que reconstruir el concepto de democracia.
Well, democracy obviously is when you get to pick one guy with a blue tie or a red tie every 4 years. And they're both sponsored by all the same oil companies and telecom companies. And one of them says like kind of nice things and one of them's really mean. That's democracy. And when countries don't have that, they're not democratic. That's how it works.
Para eso es importante invitar a todas las partes y a todos los países y que era una lástima que no se hubiese invitado a otros países a participar en esta cumbre. Eso molestó a los contrarrevolucionarios cubanos y venezolanos principalmente y se han encargado pues de buscar datos míos en Facebook, en Google y empezaron a hacer una campaña contra mí. Y ayer lograron imponerse, a pesar de que no habían participado en el proceso, lograron imponer sus criterios y que se incluyeran en la síntesis que hoy debíamos presentar 2 puntos contra Cuba. Uno era condenando la dictadura, según ellos, en Cuba, Nicaragua y Venezuela, y el otro era condenando la injerencia de Cuba en otros países. Por principio no
The intervention of Cuba in other countries, like when they send fucking doctors. How dare Cuba? It's imperialism, actually. We should ask some of our anarchist friends about that. It's Cuban imperialism when they send their doctors around the world. Very unfortunate, very troubling stuff.
Esa síntesis y lo manifesté así a la secretaria de cumbres que estuvieron de acuerdo conmigo. Sin embargo, siendo una persona responsable, participé en el panel que nos correspondía hoy, pero como la vocera de Mesoamérica, sin leer la síntesis, pero haciendo la pregunta que me correspondía hacer en el día de hoy. Eso fue lo que yo hice, esa fue mi participación en el día de hoy, pero no leí la síntesis que estaba en contra de Cuba, Venezuela y Nicaragua, porque no lo podía hacer por principios. Bueno, ellos empezaron a decir que yo soy una cubana infiltrada, empleada de la Embajada de Cuba en Panamá, amiga de la embajadora de Cuba, y que cómo es posible que yo voy a hablar de democracia cuando yo soy amiga de países dictatoriales como Cuba, por ejemplo. Empezaron a meterse en algunas publicaciones que yo he hecho en Facebook y empezaron a cuestionar el trabajo que he realizado, cuestionándome, insultándome a través de las mismas publicaciones que yo he hecho.
Ayer usted fue parte de la Cumbre de las Américas y hoy usted es parte de la Cumbre de los Pueblos.
Yo soy una mujer revolucionaria.
Hell yeah.
Yo tengo que estar con el pueblo. Yo aquí me siento feliz, me siento bien, porque esto es lo que siempre he estado con el pueblo. Por eso es que he venido con mucha alegría a estar aquí en la Cumbre de los Pueblos.
Let's go. We love it. We have no choice but to stand. Okay, I'm gonna send my Zoom link to Benjamin Norton. My Zoom over there. So that was some of the highlights that have been going on at the People's Summit. Once again, it just seems like a really cool and energetic gathering. Certainly way more people eagerly attending the People's Summit to hear a lot of these perspectives rather than just like the weird media ghouls that are going to the actual summit. Nick, no one actually cares about that. Oh, let me just make sure my audio. Okay. Got that. Invite link. Okay. I'm going to close this. Open up Zoom. There's Zoom. Good. Send this over to Benjamin Norton. Okay, that's sent. Let's reset that. Get that down there. Okay, we're all set. And Benjamin Norton should be joining us in just a little moment. Ben, in the theme of Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yeah. I'm going to mute notifications. So if you do want to subscribe to the channel, that's muted right now, and I'll make sure to thank you after. I know everyone's just lining up to want to subscribe, obviously. So if you want to do that, you can, but I'll say thank you after, and it's muted for right now. Can't wait for the inaugural Friendship Compound Caravan to Cuba. I genuinely do want to go on a community trip to Havana sometime. I would really like that. I need to get better. I need to get better in Spanish. I should learn how to speak Spanish. Shouldn't I? I probably should. I feel like I could learn fairly easily because I speak French, so I really should do that. Then I'd feel more comfortable going to these places. See, I know very little Spanish. I know very little Spanish. I can order a cheeseburger with a beer. And that's, I think, the limit of what I can do. Hamburguesa con queso uno cervezas. Just remember, siento means I'm sorry. Okay, well, there we go. I'm learning more stuff. I'm already learning more stuff right now. All right. Just waiting for Ben Norton. My grandfather went to Cuba a lot and says you didn't need to know much. I'd probably need to learn more than I do now. learn how to say I'm a stupid foreigner. Please forgive me for my bad American education. If I could just learn how to say Yankee go home in Spanish, then that would be a good way to just like ingratiate myself with people, I think, to make clear that I'm not one of those types. When I learned Spanish in Barcelona, we hated the French and Italian students who picked it up very quickly. So I think I could get there. And it's just the awkward moment. It's just the awkward moment when we're waiting for Ben Norton to come. It'll be here any moment now. Just talk amongst yourselves. Snacks the cat is just staring at the TV, waiting for Ben. What's the topic? It's kind of written on the screen, but we're talking about the Summit of the Americas. Big shout out to Snacks the cat, one of the official pet mascots of this community. Here we go. Hello, Ben.
Hey, man, what's up?
Hey, not much. How are you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for joining me. I know you can't see me. This kind of can be disconcerting sometimes, but it's because my camera is being used by the streaming.
Okay, cool.
But we are live right now. And Benjamin Norton, everyone, thanks for joining us on the show. Very, very happy to have you, Ben. Thanks for agreeing to do this.
I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so the main reason we obviously we are doing this today is to talk about the Biden administration's kind of failed debacle of the Summit of the Americas, the counter summit that's been going on, as well as the general trends that are going on in Central and South America and around the world about these kind of countries that are starting to kind of stand up to the U.S. empire, and this kind of the summit has been a kind of prime example of this shift that's going on. Do you just want to explain for anyone that's just tuning in? We've talked about it a lot this week, but in case there's anyone just tuning in now, do you just want to talk a little bit about the summit and President López Obrador of Mexico and what has been going on with that, and just set the stage for what's been happening?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's really important to talk about this. I think this is really kind of a historical watershed moment. The U.S. government first created the Summit of the Americas back in 1994. that was the end of the first Cold War, right? We had all these neoliberal so-called philosophers like Francis Fukuyama declared the so-called end of history. And they insisted that liberal bourgeois democracy with neoliberal economics would be the final form of all governments in the world. And in 1994, the Bill Clinton administration signed NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement with Canada and Mexico, which of course devastated Mexico's local economy. And it also tried to push through a neoliberal trade agreement across all of Latin America. And Bill Clinton convened the Summit of the Americas in 94, excluding Cuba, in order to try to do that. And since then, the situation has basically done a complete 180. And back in 2005, there was another summit of the Summit of the Americas in Argentina, in Mar del Plata. And that was the first kind of rebellion. 10 years into these summits, it was the first rebellion. And that was led by Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, also Lula da Silva of Brazil, and Nestor Kirchner, who was the progressive president of Argentina. They refused to sign a free trade agreement with the United States. The US was trying to create a so-called free trade zone of the Americas. That was the George Bush administration. So both Clinton and Bush failed to create this neoliberal trade agreement across the Americas. And 2005 was kind of the beginning of the seeds of this rebellion against the US Summit of the Americas. And now here we are, fast forward to 2022, and basically the summit has been completely destroyed. So the Biden administration is sponsoring the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, California. It opened on June 6th, and today is June 10th. It's the final day. And basically half of the countries in the region have protested, and their presidents are not attending the summit. So Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua were not invited to the summit. The Biden administration has continued Trump's policy of imposing sanctions on these socialist governments, trying to pursue regime change to overthrow them. And of course, those policies have failed, but the Biden administration has continued what the Trump administration did with the so-called troika of tyranny. That term comes from Trump's national security advisor, John Bolton, who was this neoconservative war criminal and architect of the Iraq War. He declared Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua to be the so-called troika of tyranny. And the Biden administration has continued Trump's policies, still recognizing this unelected coup puppet Juan Guaido as fake president of Venezuela, imposing sanctions on Cuba, on Nicaragua. So in protest of the exclusion of those three countries, the president of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who is known popularly as AMLO, A-M-L-O, it's the acronym for his name, he said a few months ago that if those three countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, are not invited, that he's not going to participate in the summit, because he said it's not a summit of the Americas if all of the countries in the Americas are not invited to participate. And he made good on that promise. He refused to attend. And after he made those comments, the new left-wing president of Honduras, her name is Samara Castro, of no relation to Fidel Castro, she also said the same thing. If countries in the Americas are excluded, I'm not going to attend. She also made good on that promise and boycotted. And then the president of Bolivia, who's from the Movement Towards Socialism party of Evo Morales, who was overthrown in a US-backed coup in 2019, the current president, his name is Luis Arce. He was the economic minister under Evo Morales. Luis Arce said the same thing. If there are countries excluded from the summit, Bolivia is not, or I'm not going to participate. So we see that the presidents of Bolivia, Mexico, and Honduras, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba are not participating. And then the president of Guatemala said he's not going to participate, and he's a right-winger. So he's actually just he's protesting the Biden administration because the Biden administration put sanctions on Guatemala, and because it's very, it's linked to the immigration program. There's a massive crisis of immigration, and the US government is trying to pressure Guatemala to prevent immigrants from going north. Kamala Harris went to Guatemala and took a tour of Central America, and she said, do not come. So the Guatemalan
Yeah.
president is angry with Biden, and he boycotted. And then the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, who's this very bizarre, like right-wing neoliberal
The crypto
millennial.
guy.
Yeah, he boycotted as well. And then the president of Uruguay said, I was going to attend, but I got COVID. So there are 9
It's like when you
presidents
make
of Latin
plans with your
America.
friends and you're like, oh, sorry, I can't go. It's really disappointing. So I guess I can't make it this time. It's one of
Yeah,
those
so there are
things.
9 presidents of Latin America who boycotted, or 8 who boycotted, 1 who said he was sick. And then there are also countries in the Caribbean whose leaders are not attending. And then furthermore, of the leaders who did attend, the president of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, said that he's only attending, and he's like kind of center-left liberal. He said, I'm only attending in order to represent the Committee of Latin American and Caribbean States. It's called CELAC, C-E-L-A-C, which is an alternative to the Organization of American States, the U.S.-dominated OAS. The CELAC was created by Hugo Chavez, and it excludes the U.S. and Canada. And Argentina is currently the pro tempore, which means the temporary president of the CELAC. So Alberto Fernandez attended representing the CELAC, and he gave a speech at the U.S. summit in Los Angeles criticizing the exclusion of Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. And Mexico's foreign minister gave a speech condemning the U.S. government for excluding countries. So basically what we're seeing is a full-fledged rebellion by Latin American and Caribbean countries against the U.S. This is completely historic. And of course, it's a major diplomatic disaster for Washington and the Biden administration specifically.
Yeah, and like you're pointing out, it's not even necessarily ideological. It's like it's across the ideological spectrum. These countries are starting to feel more and more comfortable standing up to U.S. empire. And I think this is the interesting and exciting thing about this. Like you mentioned, it's really historic. This is not really something that we could have imagined, I think, even just a few years ago. And I know one thing that we cover on this show a lot, one thing that you cover often a lot as well in your platform, Multipolarista, is kind of this shifting global power balance and the decline of the U.S. empire. And I think it's a really interesting example, this summit, of that phenomenon kind of in real time, witnessing it in real time. That's what makes it kind of so interesting and exciting to follow this right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with what you said completely, except for one minor issue that I disagree with. You're right that it's not purely ideological, but it's still mostly ideological, just to clarify really quickly.
Yeah.
So of the presidents and the governments that boycotted, almost all of them are left-wing, excluding Nayib Bukele and Alejandro Giammattei, who's the president of Guatemala. Now, I should mention that the right-wing leaders in the region are attending the summit.
Yeah.
Jair Bolsonaro, who's the fascist leader of Brazil, he not only is attending, but has one-on-one meetings with Joe Biden at the White House. Also, the right-wing millionaire oligarch president of Ecuador, Guillermo Lasso, is attending, and the far-right narco leader of Colombia, Ivan Duque, who's closely linked to drug cartels, he's also attending. So it's pretty incredible because the U.S. government is talking about human rights and civil society and all this ridiculous propaganda. Meanwhile, the most reactionary, authoritarian, anti-democratic leaders in the region are sitting there, and all of the progressive leaders in the region are boycotting. So, yeah, I mean, you are right in the sense that if you look, for instance, at Nayib Bukele and Guatemala's president, Giammattei, who are definitely kind of conservative, or they're definitely neoliberal economically, and also even Alberto Fernandez in Argentina, I mean, he's not a leftist. He comes from the Peronista movement, which is very complicated, and there's right-wing Peronistas and left-wing Peronistas. He's from the center, basically. He represents this kind of unifying centrist figure, and he certainly is not a sympathizer with socialism. He's certainly not a follower of Fidel Castro and Daniel Ortega and Hugo Chavez. So the fact that even Argentina and Mexico, the southern neighbor of the U.S., are not their leaders, or Argentina's leader, but Mexico's leader is not participating, and the fact that Argentina is protesting is a sign of what you were just saying. I mean, this is a sign of the massive decline of U.S. imperialism. And I think, and only in Latin America, it's only one manifestation. It's one of the most obvious manifestations, but we also see something very similar going on right now with the U.S. new Cold War on both China and Russia. So in terms of the U.S. new Cold War on China, I wrote a report a few days ago at multipolarista.com discussing how the RAND Corporation, which is a U.S. military-funded think tank that's basically a privatized arm of the Pentagon, the RAND Corporation did a study on behalf of the U.S. Air Force, and they lamentedly concluded that they can't find a country in Asia that is willing to host U.S. ballistic missiles because the Trump administration withdrew from the INF treaty, which is the Intermediate Range Ballistic Missile Treaty, which means the U.S. can now put intermediate range ballistic missiles in Asia to threaten China. And the U.S. plans on spending more than $20 billion in the next 5 years to install a system of ballistic missiles surrounding China. And the U.S. wanted to put them in Japan and South Korea and the Philippines. And all of those countries are refusing, along with Indonesia is refusing, and Thailand is refusing, and even Australia is refusing, largely because, I mean, Australia's government is very anti-China, but they understand that if they host missiles, that could make them a target in a war between the U.S. and China. So around the world, we're seeing these countries that are standing up to an extent and at least saying that they don't want to be bullied anymore by the U.S. It's pretty historic.
Yeah, and I think one, like the obvious hypocrisies about this, like when the Biden's press secretary was asked about why these countries are not invited and referenced AMLO's comments, and they say, well, it's our practice not to invite dictators. While you point out they're bringing in people like Bolsonaro. In fact, I believe Bolsonaro has preconditions of what can and can't be talked about in this meeting with Biden. You know, we can't talk about what's going on in the Amazon, or can't talk about all these other various human rights issues that are going on in Brazil. And that's one of the amazing things as well about this summit is the fact that we've seen at the summit. One of the most interesting things about it is seeing journalists such as Abby Martin directly asking people like Anthony Blinken about this level of hypocrisy and about how the U.S. loves to lecture these countries or use, for instance, press freedom as a benchmark of who's allowed to or not allowed to go to these summits, while also endlessly supporting Saudi Arabia and Israel as they openly assassinate Western journalists, and just this basic level of hypocrisy, which of course they have no answer to. Blinken, when he was asked about both the assassination of Shireen Abu Akleh, and was asked, has just said, like, we'll follow the investigation wherever the facts may lead. He said the same thing when he asked about, you know, the possible United States role in overthrowing the government of Haiti. Oh, we're going to follow the facts wherever they may lead. They have no actual answers to this level of hypocrisy. And it's been one of the most amazing things about the summit, though, is seeing people like actual journalists like Abby doing their basic responsibility and asking these powerful people about this hypocrisy, and just show the complete lack of answers that any of them have for these basic questions about who is invited to these things and who isn't.
Yeah, I should say that Abby and also Eugene Puryear, the great journalist at Breakthrough News who asked the question about Haiti, they are participating in something called the People's Summit.
Yeah.
And this is not necessarily new. In fact, going back 20 years, every time the U.S. government, or excuse me, every time that the Summit of the Americas was held, because it's not always hosted by the U.S. government. It was first hosted by the U.S. government in 1994, but it was hosted in other countries every 3 years. And in response to that, there has always been a protest outside of the summit called the People's Summit. So there are thousands of people from the US, from Canada, and from all across Latin America and the Caribbean who are participating in the protests and the marches and the panels and the workshops and the concerts outside of the US government summit in Los Angeles. And Abby and Eugene are part of that. And also an activist who was arrested from the Party for Socialism Liberation interrupted the summit, the U.S. government summit, when Luis Almagro, the Secretary General of the OAS, was speaking. And this activist with PSL, he said, "You have the blood of Bolivians on your hand. You, as the head of the OAS, supported the coup d'etat in Bolivia in 2019 that overthrew the elected president Evo Morales." And I mean, the U.S. government is for the first time facing actual opposition, not only from the members of, the countries that are attending. So Argentina's president criticizing the U.S. to Biden's face, quite literally. Mexico's foreign minister, Marcelo Ebrard, criticizing the U.S. Members of the Caribbean, including the country Belize, its prime minister also criticized the U.S. government in his speech. So not only are we seeing the countries rebel, but even in the Q&A session, the U.S. government is being criticized. This is really historic.
Yeah.
And I think it really represents, along with the proxy war in Ukraine and the new Cold War on China and the sanctions, the U.S. has 1/4 of the global population, and the failure to return to the Iran nuclear deal and the continuation of the war in Yemen, it really shows how completely disastrous the political situation is in Washington right now and how Biden can't get anything done.
Yeah, and Ben, I wanted to talk a little bit about Nicaragua specifically, since they've been excluded from this summit, and you actually live in Nicaragua, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or are located there for most of the year. So I wanted to talk. Yeah, okay. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the problems that the United States government has been outlining as a way to talk about the reason Nicaragua shouldn't be invited to these summits, the attacks, the so-called attacks on press freedom, etc. Can you explain a little bit about what the government in Nicaragua has been doing that has upset the Western imperialists so much in the Biden administration, and whether they actually do fit into that category or not?
Well, anyone who knows the kind of basics of the modern history of Nicaragua probably knows about the Sandinista revolution in 1979, and then the U.S. government through the CIA supporting these Contras, which is short for counter-revolutionary. That's what it means in Spanish, by the way, contrarrevolucionario, counter-revolutionary. So the CIA supported these Contra death squads in the 1980s who massacred civilians and used terrorism as a tactic and killed tens of thousands of people and devastated the economy. People know about that. What a lot of people don't know is that the Sandinistas lost power in 1990 because of the U.S. terrorist war and blockade and all of that. But they came back to power democratically in 2006 in the elections. And President Daniel Ortega came back to power in 2007. And they've been democratically governing since then and have faced constant coup attempts like Hugo Chavez and his successor, Nicolás Maduro, in Venezuela. And because Venezuela is a bigger country, because Venezuela is a much richer country with large oil reserves, and because, Hugo Chavez was just such a charismatic figure who went around the world and he liked to attract press attention, Venezuela is much more well known, and the U.S. coup attempts against Venezuela are more well known. But in Nicaragua, the situation is very similar. In fact, in 2019, when the Trump administration launched several different coup attempts against Venezuela and recognized Juan Guaido as the fake unelected president of Venezuela, well, a year before, the Trump administration also backed a very violent coup attempt in Nicaragua, which began in April 2018 and continued until July. I mean, I have interviewed a lot of victims and people who were affected. I mean, Sandinistas were quite literally hunted down in the streets. There are people who were tortured and killed. I mean, it was a brutally violent coup attempt, and they failed to overthrow the government, although hundreds of people did die. And yes, there were some of the coup plotters, people who were violently trying to overthrow the government, who were killed by the state security services. And then the Western propaganda outlets used that death toll to blame all of the deaths on the government and claim the government was killing its own people, not mentioning the violent coup plotters trying to overthrow the government, not showing the photos of them with guns and makeshift bombs and mortar cannons. So what happened in 2019 in Venezuela, and then again in 2019 in Bolivia, in November 2019 with the coup against Evo Morales, those same tactics were used in Nicaragua in 2018, but they failed. So that's another reason that it's not that well known, because when a coup fails, of course, it's not as well known. If the coup had failed against Salvador Allende in 1973 in Chile, maybe Allende would not be as well known of a figure today. So in 2018, the coup failed and the Sandinistas held on to power, but the U.S. responded by imposing sanctions, because this is hybrid warfare. when hybrid warfare is the new kind of war that the US wages around the world because it can no longer do a lot of conventional warfare for a variety of reasons, and especially the threat of nuclear war. So instead it uses economic warfare, legal warfare, which is called lawfare, like the coups in Brazil against Lula da Silva and Dilma Rousseff. Also information warfare through the media with propaganda and fake news, cyber warfare with attacks on Venezuela and also Nicaragua's infrastructure, including an attack on Venezuela's electronic grid. So these are all part of hybrid war. And the US government launched an economic warfare campaign against Nicaragua, imposing many rounds of sanctions. And then the US government refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of the November 2021 elections that were held last November in Nicaragua. The Sandinistas won those elections. The US government refused to recognize them. Now, finally, I'll say here that the US propaganda is claiming that supposedly Nicaragua is a dictatorship because Daniel Ortega, yes, he has been in power since 2007, but he's democratically elected. He's been in power almost as long as Angela Merkel was in power in Germany, but no one ever calls her a dictator.
Yeah.
So they call him a dictator, of course, because he's not a US puppet and because he's a socialist. And then furthermore, they call him a dictator because the government survived the violent coup attempt in which the US government, I mean, we have evidence, CIA cutouts like US Agency for International Development, USAID, and the National Endowment for Democracy, the NED. They spent tens of millions of dollars funding the organizations that led the coup attempt. And they also spent tens of millions of dollars funding insane propaganda outlets. They're not even, you can't even call them news outlets. There are these websites like 100% Noticias, La Confidencial, and other outlets, La Prensa. They spread insane propaganda that if you did that in the US, you'd be thrown in prison. As an example, they published videos, live stream videos, in which they called for people to take to the streets and murder President Ortega, to storm the presidential household, with 500 people, to lynch him, to hang his body in public, to kill Sandinistas. These are so-called media outlets, so-called news outlets funded by the US government, openly calling for violence, openly calling for murdering the president and hanging his body in public. And in response to that, the Nicaraguan government canceled the TV license for these TV outlets that were literally calling for lynching him and murdering Sandinistas. And then the US government said he's violating press freedoms. And what happened, by the way? The US government is now inviting those media outlets to participate in the Summit of the Americas. They're funded by the US government. And then finally, the leaders of the coup attempt were imprisoned. I mean, there's evidence showing that they were taking money, they were sending out weapons. This is also what happened in Bolivia. The former dictator, Janine Áñez, is now going through a legal process, and the US and the European Union have called Janine Áñez a political prisoner. She was the dictator who led the coup in Bolivia. They call her a political prisoner. And similarly, in Nicaragua, the people who led the violent coup attempt in 2018 were imprisoned, and the US government claims they're political prisoners and demands that they be released. So once again, we see that as with Cuba, as with Nicaragua, as with any country, as with Venezuela, that is, as with any country targeted by the US for regime change, if a government refuses to abide by US dictates, and especially if that government is socialist, like Nicaragua, then they call it a dictatorship.
Yeah, I think this is the really amazing thing about watching this, the sort of hypocrisy that emerges. And the basic question, I think, which is like, what right does Nicaragua or any other country have to resist U.S. imperialism? And it's like the West, the U.S., Canada is also involved in this kind of global criminal cartel. They have an endless right to engage in this kind of political interference, organizing these kind of color revolutions, funding media institutions, funding NGOs, either like from the government itself or private NGOs that do the work of the government for them, do the work of the national security establishment. We have endless right to engage in this kind of interference. And the moment any one of these countries says like, well, no, we're not going to allow you to do that, we'll actually take steps to remove these foreign-backed media outlets that are deliberately trying to destabilize and overthrow our society. And any response to this like relentless meddling is then used as part of the Western propaganda machine to accuse these countries of being authoritarian, being dictatorships, having no press freedom, when it's literally just these countries doing anything to push back at all against this relentless imperialist interference in their nations and in their sovereignty. I guess it's the frustrating thing, because that's been the kind of playbook for the West for a long time. And I guess the interesting thing now is that it's becoming more and more obvious to everyone like how this works, and there's more countries that are starting to willing to, regardless of the risk that they take on by taking these stances, there's more countries that are now willing to directly call this out and directly take actions to prevent their societies from being destabilized in this way. That's the really amazing thing about this moment.
Yeah, and as for what you said about the U.S. kind of provoking this response and then using the response to accuse a country of being authoritarian, it's the same tactic that apartheid Israel uses against Palestinians, right?
Yeah.
It keeps Palestinians under permanent occupation, living in apartheid conditions. In Gaza, nearly 2 million people in an open-air prison. And then when they dare to respond against the daily violence that's meted out against them, the Israeli apartheid regime and its Western backers claim that they initiated the violence and that they're responding to so-called Palestinian aggression. It's exactly the imperialist tactic used by the U.S., that was used by the European colonialists when people tried to rise up against, the British Empire and the French Empire. It's this classic tactic used. And what's so insidious is that the U.S. does it behind the guise of democracy and human rights while coddling the worst dictators in the world, the most reactionary authoritarian leaders. I mean, like right now, Biden's meeting with Bolsonaro, and he's talking about human rights in Venezuela and Nicaragua. Well, he's meeting with a fascist leader who praises Pinochet. And by the way, Bolsonaro referred to himself affectionately. He said, "I'm Captain Chainsaw," referring to the Amazon. Meanwhile, Biden is talking about Nicaragua supposedly violating human rights. I mean, it is really peak hypocrisy. And I should say another point about hypocrisy. We've seen that at the Summit of the Americas, we've seen State Department officials repeatedly call for so-called press freedoms in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. And specifically, the Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America, Brian Nichols, said that we demand that the U.S. government will stand with any journalist around the world who is in prison for doing their work. Meanwhile, Julian Assange, the world's most famous journalist, is a political prisoner being tortured, held in solitary confinement 23 hours a day. And his so-called crime is exposing U.S. war crimes. And yet the U.S. government is saying at the Summit of the Americas that it's standing on behalf of so-called journalists who are imprisoned, supposedly, although most of these journalists are not even imprisoned for the so-called journalism. They're imprisoned for participating in violent coup attempts. And the U.S. government says, well, we're going to advocate for their release. It's so incredible. I mean, I just can't think of something more hypocritical than that.
Yeah, but I think the amazing thing is that people are around the world, especially in the global south, are becoming more and more comfortable with articulating this and with not playing this game anymore. I think it's interesting because you mentioned, the role that the United States government has played in Nicaragua over the last several decades, and specifically the role that the CIA and the intelligence community has played in arming and funding groups like the Contras, who carried out horrific human rights crimes as part of this sort of destabilization process. I think there's kind of an interesting parallel there as well with what is happening in Ukraine right now, where you've had the CIA and the intelligence community. The Canadian military establishment has also been involved with this, arming and training and funding these extremist groups in eastern Ukraine now for the last 10 years at least, who have been participating in a civil war that led to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And of course, they kind of washed their hands of that, and they like to pretend that the invasion just happened completely arbitrarily with no previous history or no previous context, completely unprovoked. And it's a totally inaccurate way of, I think, framing what the context of how that conflict escalated in that level. And also you have this process now where there's still these like horrific incidents going on. And we're still, I think, meant to trust these CIA-backed militias that are engaging in this, that are fighting in this conflict right now. We're supposed to be completely comfortable with shipping just billions of dollars in weapons to these groups who have been trained specifically, similarly to the ways that the Contras were trained, to engage in violent terrorist attacks against civilians. And then, despite knowing this history and knowing this long history of the CIA backing these kind of right-wing groups in Nicaragua or Ukraine, or else they've done this all around the world, despite this, it's still being framed as this dangerous Russian propaganda to suggest that perhaps this is not the best course of action that's going to be good for people in Ukraine or anyone else, to continue to arm and fund and train these groups while they fight this conflict. It's very strange that we know this history. We know exactly why the military establishment, the intelligence community, arms and funds these groups and trains them in the first place. And yet we're still not able to sort of ask these basic questions about whether this exact process is taking place right now in Ukraine.
That's exactly right. I mean, the counterinsurgency strategy that the U.S. is waging in Ukraine is also very similar to the counterinsurgency strategy that the CIA carried out in Afghanistan in the 1980s. And let's not forget what happened because of that. The U.S. and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia supported the so-called Mujahideen, and they were Islamic fundamentalists, extremists. And what happened? They became Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And the U.S. did that in order to wage a proxy war against Moscow, against then the Soviet Union, which had intervened in Afghanistan at the request of a socialist government in Afghanistan. And after a decade of war, the Taliban eventually came out on top and ruled the country. And then Al-Qaeda had this massive country in which to grow and develop a network and then spread around the region. So this is exactly what's going to happen in Ukraine. I mean, this isn't even what's going to happen. This is what has already happened. There have been terrorist attacks in the United States carried out by these Nazis and white supremacists who have mentioned the Azov Regiment, which is a neo-Nazi group in Ukraine that was incorporated into the Ukrainian state, officially into the Ukrainian National Guard after a US-backed coup in Ukraine in 2014. They have trained white supremacists and fascists from across the so-called West, and some of them have gone back to the West and attacked their home countries.
The Christchurch mosque shooter was one of these people, right?
Exactly. And there have been other examples. Yeah. So, I mean, this is incredible. I mean, people say the U.S. doesn't learn from its past. No, it knows what it's doing. If you go back and listen to or read an interview with Brzezinski, who was the U.S. National Security Advisor that created this Afghan trap strategy of supporting the Mujahideen, this major U.S. imperial planner, he famously said in an interview, he was asked if he regretted the policy in Afghanistan in the 1980s that led to the creation of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And he said, no, I don't regret it for a second. He said, this is almost an exact quote. He said, what is a few stirred up Muslims compared to the fall of the Soviet Union? So for him, the U.S. National Security Advisor, for him, the overthrow of the Soviet Union was much more important and was more than worth the cost of creating Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And similarly, the U.S. government mentality is, we have a chance here of trying to overthrow the Russian government and installing a puppet and breaking up Russia like they tried to do in the 1990s when they installed alcoholic puppet Boris Yeltsin. And Biden said this openly in an interview or in a speech he gave in Poland. And he said it was a mistake, but Biden said that the U.S. goal is overthrowing Vladimir Putin, overthrowing the Russian government. And now we see that the U.S. is willing to support literal Nazis and white supremacists in Ukraine as part of this larger goal to overthrow the Russian government, just as it did in the 1980s. So in Afghanistan. So, I mean, this is the imperialist mentality that says the ends justify the means. And those means include supporting extremist groups that could lead to blowback of terrorism, just like the blowback of Islamist extremist terrorism.
Yeah. It was amazing too, because even Hillary Clinton a few weeks ago, like on MSNBC, was openly talking about this, about Afghanistan and Russia in the 80s, and literally just spelling it out for everyone, exactly what I think a lot of folks connected to the U.S. government and the military establishment want to turn Ukraine into. That's why I think a little bit I find it a little offensive when we hear this narrative about like protecting Ukraine or protecting Ukrainians, when it seems like the people in power that are promoting this, who have framed any attempt at like de-escalating or diplomacy or trying to have peace in Ukraine as being some kind of nefarious Russian plot, and suggest that they're doing this to benefit Ukrainians. But average folks in Ukraine are the first people that are going to suffer if they turn their country into this endless blood-soaked quagmire like what happened in Afghanistan. It's not about defending Ukrainians at all, and it's only perpetuating this and extending it into that level that they would like to. Those are the first people that are going to suffer under that environment.
Yeah, and they've been suffering since 2014, because another incredible element of the propaganda war around Ukraine is the idea that the war began when Russia invaded on February 24th. But for 8 years before the Russian invasion, there was a war going on in Ukraine, and it's sometimes called a civil war, but it was fueled by the West. And yes, Russia also supported the Russian independence fighters in the eastern part of Ukraine. But the U.S., after organizing a coup in Ukraine in 2014, we have phone evidence, a phone call, audio evidence of the top U.S. diplomat, Assistant Secretary of State for Eurasian Affairs, Victoria Nuland, who says in the phone call that Yats is our guy. She's talking about who they're going to replace the elected Ukrainian government with. She says Yats is our guy, referring to Artsenia Yatsenyuk, who is a neoliberal, right-wing politician who was installed as prime minister a few weeks later after the February U.S.-backed coup in 2014 that overthrew the elected president, Viktor Yanukovych. And yes, Yanukovych was very corrupt. Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in Europe, if not the world.
And that could be linked all back to the fall of the Soviet Union and the economic chaos that ensued from that, right?
Privatizations. Yeah. Anyway, the point is that regardless of the fact that he was corrupt, he was the elected leader. He was overthrown. And since 2014, Ukraine has been mired in a war, in violence, because what happened? They overthrew the government, and they installed a pro-Western regime that systematically violated the rights of the Russian minority in Ukraine, which represents around 1/5 of the population. They're not Russian nationals. They are Ukrainians with Ukrainian passports, but they are ethnic Russians. They speak Russian, and the government systematically violated their rights, preventing them from speaking Russian in schools, from using Russian in the media, trying to impose this ultra-nationalist narrative that Nazi collaborators like Stepan Bandera, who murdered thousands of Jews and Poles and communists, are so-called national heroes. So they rose up against the central government. And then the central government, which was so weak, billionaire oligarchs in Ukraine and the coup regime, they hired a bunch of Nazi thugs and gangs to create groups like Azov and the Idar Battalion and the Tornado Battalion to wage a war against the Russian-speaking independence fighters in the East, which created a war. And then the U.S. government sent billions of dollars of weapons, along with other NATO countries, the U.S. military and the Canadian military, and the French, British, and German militaries also sent weapons, and they sent military officers to Ukraine to train the Ukrainian military to fight in the eastern Donbass region. And then after 8 years, more than 14,000 Ukrainians died, according to the United Nations. That's a UN statistic. And the vast majority of the civilian casualties were in the Donbass. That is to say, they were civilians killed by the Ukrainian regime and its Western backers. And then after 8 years of that brutal war, Russia invaded and escalated the war. But that those 8 years are completely erased. And then the 2014 coup is completely erased. And if you say it was a coup, then you're called in the New York Times a conspiracy theorist. The New York Times attacked me in an insane smear piece where they had a photo of my face crossed out with a red line because I said in an interview with a Chinese media outlet, I have nothing to do with, I'm a completely independent journalist, but I did an interview with a Chinese media outlet. I've done interviews with Qatari media outlets like Al Jazeera, with Lebanese media outlets, with Latin American media outlets, with Turkish and Indian media outlets. But I did an interview with a Chinese media outlet in which I said the US government organized the coup in 2014. And I talked about the phone call of Victoria Nuland. And the New York Times called me conspiracy theorist. So when they do acknowledge that history, it's only to attack people who are criticizing their own propaganda narrative. It's really incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible. And like, you know, when we talk about this, I try not to absolve Russia for, like you said, escalating this conflict or any violence that's happened as a result of the invasion of Ukraine. But I do think it's been completely lost in the mainstream discourse about this context. And I think it's really interesting, I think, to point out the similarities between what the intelligence community has been doing in Ukraine in the last 10 years and what they've been doing throughout the world, including in Central and South America and places like Nicaragua for decades and decades. And I don't think it should be framed as being conspiratorial to point out these similarities and wonder if they're perhaps not engaging in the same strategy in Ukraine as they've engaged in throughout the world. Yeah, I guess just going back to the summit though, I think Cuba is another example of an interesting example of the failure of the Biden foreign policy. I think this is something I've been talking about where, you know, if you know anything about Joe Biden's career, you didn't have very high hopes for whether he was going to be a great president of the United States. One thing I did think, though, is that perhaps, maybe, just because Biden was vice president throughout the administration of Barack Obama, perhaps they'll just go back to the two good foreign policy decisions that the Obama administration made in an otherwise disastrous foreign policy overall, was to get into the Iran deal and de-escalate tensions with Iran, and as well as re-normalize relationships with Cuba. And of course, Biden has done neither of those things, and in fact has escalated tensions again with Cuba, which is just preposterous after so many decades of this kind of failed strategy of isolation and blockades. And a few months ago, we had the same thing. I guess it was about a year ago now that the whole SOS Cuba thing took place, which was this very obviously kind of astroturfed campaign, and a way to, again, demonize Cuba for political repression. While, you know, like you pointed out, like we've seen clips just from these counter protests of protesters being tackled by police, that if those kind of images came out of Cuba or Nicaragua or China or anywhere else, would be nonstop being played on the media and being played over and over to talk about how terrible and authoritarian these countries are. But yeah, what do you make about that, about the sort of continuing refusal on the part of the U.S. to back down from this decades-long strategy of isolating Cuba? And like, do you see any reprieve from that maybe eventually happening?
Well, no, frankly, no. I mean, let's be clear. When Biden was campaigning for president, he said to a bunch of rich donors in New York that if I'm president, nothing will fundamentally change. And he was absolutely right about that. That's the only promise he actually has delivered on. Nothing will fundamentally change. And I'll start with the Iran deal because it's a little simpler, and then I'll go to China. Excuse me, and then I'll go to Cuba. The Iran deal. So the Biden administration, Biden himself claimed when he was campaigning that he would go back to the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and he has refused to because the Biden administration has basically continued the Trump administration's policy. Trump withdrew, he tore up the nuclear deal and unilaterally violated it. Let's keep in mind the nuclear deal was part of international law. A UN Security Council resolution made it part of international law. And the US was not the only country that signed the JCPOA with Iran. It was the 5 permanent members of the Security Council plus 1. So that is US, Britain, France, Russia, and China, plus 1, which is Germany. Also, the European Union was a signatory on the agreement. And then it was embedded into international law through the UN Security Council. So Trump violated that. And then Trump said, I will renegotiate a new deal that is better, because he claimed that the Iran nuclear deal was supposedly the worst deal ever and all this. So the Biden administration comes in and Biden's policy is the same. Biden's policy says, okay, we will only go back to the deal if we can renegotiate it. That's exactly what Trump said. The difference is that Trump said he wants a new deal, whereas Biden says, we'll go back to the new deal, but it has to be amended, which means a new deal. So the Biden administration, just as it continued Trump's policy of recognizing Guaido as imaginary president of Venezuela, it has continued this policy vis-a-vis Iran. Furthermore, Biden has refused to take the IRGC, that is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is part of the Iranian military, off of the list of so-called terrorist organizations. Trump put the IRGC on the list of so-called terrorist organizations. Biden has refused to take it off, which is a non-starter, which means Iran is not even interested in talking with the U.S. because the U.S. claims that its government is a terrorist organization because the IRGC is part of the Iranian military. That's like saying, that's like if China recognized the U.S. Air Force as a terrorist organization because it bombs civilians around the world. I mean, objectively, it is a terrorist organization.
Maybe they should look into that. Yeah.
Do that. So anyway, so the U.S. expects Iran to negotiate with it after the Biden administration refuses to go back on all of these things that Trump added. And that's exactly the same thing that Biden is doing for Cuba. Obama made this historic breakthrough. He did finally normalize relations with Cuba and open an embassy. However, huge asterisk here, Obama refused to take off the sanctions and refused to lift the blockade on Cuba. The only sanctions he lifted were related to tourism. And then Trump came in and Trump imposed hundreds of new sanctions on Cuba. And then the Biden administration came in. It has not lifted a single sanction. In fact, it has imposed more sanctions on Cuba, as if this country can still be sanctioned. I don't know how they still find things to sanction. So
yeah,
the Biden administration has continued Trump's exact policies against both Iran and Cuba. And once again, it's a blatant violation of Biden's campaign promises. Like I said, the only campaign promise that he's actually abided by is his pledge that nothing will fundamentally change.
Yeah. And considering that they're pretty much, the United States is pretty much on the verge of being completely overtaken by this like wave of even more extreme reactionaries, that process ending anytime soon is probably unlikely. But I think one interesting thing, and I know you have to go soon, so we can leave it at this. I mean, you talk about multipolarity. That's one of the main things that you're focused on right now with your journalism that you do with Multipolarista. And I think one really fascinating thing that's happening right now in terms of this global power shift, this realignment that's happening, we're seeing examples of this in the Summit of the Americas right now. But a lot of in a broader sense than that, what is happening is that a lot of countries who are not always necessarily socialist countries, but countries that have been trying to develop while kind of under the boot of U.S. imperialism are starting to come together to carve out a sort of new way of doing things and a way to avoid the economic pain that comes with being sanctioned by the United States. And as a result, we're seeing these sanctions being less and less effective. And now we're seeing like Cuba is able to make deals with other countries and start to work with this kind of this emerging sort of counter hegemonic alliance that's developing, contrary to U.S. imperialism. So that's really one of the most interesting things. And right now we have Maduro is in Iran right at this very moment. And you're seeing a lot of these countries that maybe wouldn't always be the most natural partners are starting to work together in this way as a way to undermine the ability of the United States and Western imperialism to engage in this kind of economic warfare. We're seeing examples of this in the Summit of the Americas. We saw a strong example of this was the efforts on the part of the West to sanction Russia, which completely blew up in their faces and have not at all worked to the same extent that they were planning to. But right, this kind of like the fundamentally what is kind of developing right now, this kind of emerging multipolarity. It's providing countries like Iran, like Cuba, like Nicaragua, who have been affected and been devastated by this kind of hybrid warfare, are now starting to have an alternative and a way to come together to avoid the pain that comes along with these kind of sanctions and this kind of hybrid warfare.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I began this discussion with you, Rob, talking about the 1990s and the Francis Fukuyama idea of the end of history, this, peak neoliberalism. That was the moment of total U.S. unipolar hegemony. The US was the only superpower. It dominated the entire world. And the situation has drastically changed in the 3 decades since then. And not only politically, not only militarily, but even increasingly economically. Now, I don't want to overstate things. The US dollar is still the de facto global reserve currency. It's still used in the majority of transactions for trade internationally, but we're seeing a decline in the use of the US dollar. Even the US dominated International Monetary Fund, the IMF, has acknowledged the decline of the use of the dollar in international trade, and also the decline of the use of dollar in foreign exchange reserves held by central banks around the world. And we're seeing the rise of other currencies like the Chinese yuan. China is buying Russian energy in the Chinese yuan. Even Saudi Arabia, is talking about listing its oil in the Chinese yuan in addition to the US dollar. We're also seeing that Russia is doing trade with India in the Indian rupee, and also with Bangladesh. And Bangladesh is talking about using the Chinese yuan to get around Western sanctions. We're seeing that Iran and Latin America economically are integrating. Iran opened a series of supermarkets in Venezuela. Iran has been helping to send oil diluents to Venezuela to help it use its heavy crude in Venezuela, because it has to process it before it can use it. And we're seeing also that within Eurasia, within East Asia and the eastern part of Europe, we're seeing basically an emergence of a new axis that is led by the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And the members of that are China, Russia, India, Pakistan, and Iran just became a member, along with the Central Asian countries like Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. They are all talking about now using a new currency for trade. In Latin America, Lula da Silva, the former left-wing president of Brazil, who's leading in all of the polls for the upcoming October elections, he has said that if he wins the elections, he's going to create a pan-Latin American currency for trade in Latin America called the SUR. So around the world, we're seeing incredible tectonic shifts. And that's why I think that the US government's response, not only from the Biden administration, but also the Trump administration, going back to the Obama administration, is since the 2008 crash, and recognizing that while the Western economies were facing a massive financial disaster, the Chinese economy continued to grow. The Hillary Clinton State Department under Obama declared the pivot to Asia, and that was the beginning of the new Cold War on China. And recognizing the decline of US unipolarity and the rise of China and the rise of other countries, the US has decided to wage a new Cold War, the second Cold War, and to prevent the rise of a multipolar world and instead create a bipolar world. So increasingly, I talk in my journalism and my analysis about multipolarity and unipolarity, but increasingly, the US is forcing it to be bipolarity, as we see with the economic blockade on Russia, where the West is now saying that they're threatening secondary sanctions, which means that a country that does business with Russia is also going to face potential sanctions. So basically what we're seeing is a new Cold War in which there's a bipolar order, and Washington and Brussels and also Ottawa are forcing countries basically to pick a side. And it really shows this mentality of George W. Bush, who claimed you're either with us or you're against us. You're with us, or you're with the terrorists. That mentality is the imperialist mentality of all U.S. presidents, and we see it very clearly today.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the IMF, and this as part of this this kind of shifting polarity, and that's kind of one of the amazing things as well, is that for countries that are developing, like countries in the developing world, in Africa and in Central and South America and elsewhere, whereas 15 years ago this didn't exist. If they wanted to develop, they had to do it through the IMF, through this very specific process of getting these IMF loans and accepting whatever political stipulations the IMF would force them to take, austerity and whatever, like it's a very specific kind of neoliberal sort of economic model that the IMF would force them to adopt. Suddenly, in 2022, now there's this alternative for these countries all around the world who can sign on to the Belt and Road Initiative and do not even have to go through the IMF or go through the West at all. And the amazing thing, I think, is like with the long history where we can know exactly how the IMF has like used this kind of ironically debt trap diplomacy, which is what they now say China is doing, what that is exactly what the IMF was doing for decades. All these countries in the global south know exactly how this process works. And you have people in America or the Canadian government kind of looking around, scratching their heads going, why is no one going with our development model anymore? They can't understand it. But it seems really clear why all these countries are choosing to sign on to the Belt and Road Initiative rather than this Western style development. And that's exactly, I think that's another strong pillar of why this new Cold War is happening in the first place, because that's an unacceptable state of affairs for Western imperialists.
Yeah, Rob, I mean, this actually is a perfect link back to how we began this discussion with talking about the Summit of the Americas and Central America. We can see that divide so clearly with the Biden administration's proposal for Central America to curb immigration. So the majority of Latino immigrants who go to the U.S. come from Central America, specifically the countries Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, which have been devastated by U.S.-backed wars, by U.S.-backed coups, and by neoliberal policies. Of course, Nicaragua, which has a socialist government and is a neighbor of Honduras and El Salvador, doesn't contribute nearly as many refugees and immigrants because it's a stable country. But anyway, so the US government, the Biden administration, created something they call the Biden Plan for Central America. And basically it amounts to giving billions of dollars of contracts to private US corporations to pressure them to go to Central America, to open factories, and to exploit Central American workers. That is the US government solution for dealing with immigration. It's to create jobs working in sweatshops for US corporations who are getting contracts from the US government as well. And meanwhile, what is China's response? China comes to countries in Latin America and also in Central America specifically, including Nicaragua and El Salvador. And China says, what do you need? What infrastructure do you need? What are your problems with water and roads and healthcare and electricity? We're going to help develop that infrastructure, and we don't have political demands. So it's very clear.
Yeah.
China has a different model, which is not a neoliberal model, and the US has a neoliberal model that enriches US corporations. It's very obvious why one is more appealing than the other.
Yeah, it is. But it's hilarious to see these people that work in this world and operate in this world just completely not understand that. By the way, just one final point as well, which is that an interesting kind of connection also is that Ukraine famously was stalling their signing of their most recent round of IMF loans when the whole Euromaidan incident and the coup happened in the first place, and the whole Ukraine conflict kind of kicked off. Kind of funny how that works, isn't it? But
yeah, well, and specifically, Rob, really briefly, I'll explain that in late 2013, before the protests began that became the Euromaidan coup, the elected president, Viktor Yanukovych, again, not some kind of left-wing hero, but he was elected. He was discussing becoming a step toward integrating with the EU and integrating with the Western European economies. And he was talking about signing this agreement with the EU. And in order to sign the economic agreement, the EU demanded that he impose a series of neoliberal policies, including cutting subsidies, cutting social security, and all of these policies that were for him, even though, again, he's not a leftist, they were just a non-starter because his people would rebel against him. They were very unpopular policies of austerity. So in response, Russia recognized that this was an opportunity to offer him a sweetheart deal. And Russia offered Ukraine a much better, a much more favorable agreement that didn't have the same neoliberal conditions. So Yanukovych went with Russia. And that's what set off the protests by these Western-backed NGOs and by these pro-Western liberals living in Kiev who are often much more wealthy and have Western passports. And that started the protests. And then the protests became increasingly violent and were co-opted by these neo-Nazi forces and right-wing extremists, and that led to the coup. So those neoliberal policies have devastated Ukraine, and they play a key role in the crisis that Ukraine is living through today. Ukraine is the poorest country in Europe. Around half of Ukrainians live in poverty, and that is almost never discussed in Western media. So obviously, I mean, I don't think the Russian political and economic model is a great alternative, but clearly the Western neoliberal model is failing the people of Ukraine and has failed them for many years. So it's understandable why a lot of people in Ukraine wanted independence from the country. And that is one of the key reasons there is still so much violence. And that's one of the key reasons the country is still so divided today.
Yep. Well, Ben, it's been really great to have you on the show to break all these different connections down with us. Really enjoyed the conversation. You want to just let everyone know where they can find you, where they can find Multipolarista and the work that you do. And once again, thanks again for joining us on the show today.
Yeah, my pleasure, Rob. Thanks for having me. People can find out my work at multipolarista.com in both English and Spanish. And I also have a podcast you can find on there, which is the Multipolarista podcast. And I have a YouTube channel, and I have my videos also on Rockfin and Rumble and Odyssey backed up in case of censorship. So, and it's actually Twitch. I don't really use Twitch that much, but I have my videos there as well. So people can follow me. Just look up Multipolarista, and then you can find me at Benjamin Norton on Twitter. So thanks for having me, Rob. It was a good discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome back anytime. I'll talk to you soon, Ben.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Ben Norton, everyone. Thank you, Ben. That was a good conversation. Great chat. We covered a lot of bases there. A lot of different connections. A lot of ins, a lot of outs. A lot of strands in old Duder's head. As the saying goes.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, John. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I actually thought that was muted, and it was not. Somehow you all intrinsically knew that it was muted, that it wasn't muted, and didn't sub during the interview out of a show of respect, which I appreciate. Thank you, everyone.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Tyler Madsen, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. And I suppose now is as good a time as any, 2 hours and a half into this stream, after a great interview, to let everyone know that they can indeed subscribe to this channel, and I encourage you to do so. Let me just bring up this image here. If you're Ben, if you're still watching, or if you're I don't want this. If you're like a serious person, you don't have to look at any of this. But yes, if you enjoyed this content, if you enjoyed the interview with Benjamin Norton, and you do want to subscribe to the channel and support the work that I do here on Twitch, you can do so by subscribing to the channel. You can give subs to the channel. You can get the emotes.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You can get the emotes. Squatch is in slub jail, yes. So everyone else needs to sub and use your Prime, etc. Thank you, Squatch. Absolutely. Red Wizard, thank you for the gifted sub. You can subscribe. You can give subs, which of course moves you up and down in the 2-dimensional friendship triangle system. You can, if you've got a Prime, if you've got Amazon Prime, you have one.
You can count on me.
Free subscription
good old Rob to
on
Twitch
Twitch
talk you through all
every
this.
single month. You can subscribe absolutely free using Amazon Prime. What's with the slug? It's not a slug. It's a
use
worm.
the computer to mark up the size of the account.
It's a giant worm. I don't know. It seems pretty self-explanatory to me. I don't know if I need to explain it to you. I mean, see, you have people worshiping the giant worm god figure, which is, of course, me. You've got the non-subscribers here on the outside. They're on the outside looking in. Okay? They're on the outside looking in. You don't want to be one of these folks. You do not want to be one of these folks. And when you subscribe to the channel or give subs in the channel, you get involved in the friendship triangle system here in the base level, and you can gift subs and move up and down all the way up to that elite.
You've just become
level.
an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
I mean, Gen X Bushy, that's a good example of how this whole system works. Thank you, Gen X Bushy, for the 5 gifted subs. Elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Indeed, thank you, Gen X Bushy. I really appreciate all the support. Thank you, Cutman, also, for the 400 bits, or 400 friend coin. Thank you, Cutman, and thank you, Cold Kohi, as well, for the 4 months of Tier 1. Thank you. So, again, we got a hype train. Another couple minutes of this hype train. I'll encourage more people to subscribe to
you can
the
count
program.
on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Kijiji Genie, thank you so much for the 4 gifted subs. Kijiji Genie, very much appreciated. Thank you. So we'll just wait the next couple of minutes while this hype train plays itself out. I will come back. We will keep talking about the Summit of the Americas. We'll keep looking at the footage of the People's Summit and all this stuff. So we got 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left of this hype train to get to level 5 of this hype train, which I know we can do. After this, though, after this segment, I will just take a short break.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Shai Hulud, love that hardcore band. Me as well. I was a big fan of Shai Hulud. I saw them way back in the day at Hellfest 2K in Syracuse, New York. Sash, I still have my Shai Hulud shirt that I got there, actually. Where in the worm am I if I'm the lonely
computer
follower?
to mark up the size of the account.
Toot toot.
Punkadelic, you're down here. Okay, these are the non-subscribers, as you can see. So that's you. And I mean, if you're comfortable being, nothing against the non-subscribers, the lurkers, the followers. Nothing against them at all. It's just you could be doing more. That's the main thing. You could be doing more. And again, it's not for me. It's for you. This is an opportunity for you. It's actually inconvenient for me to have to do this every day, but it's an opportunity for people in the community that are, suffering in this kind of relentless late capitalist alienation and isolation. It's an opportunity to, be part of a community, to have friends. Everyone needs this at this time. Did I ask him about I probably should have asked about Paul Mason, but I must admit I didn't. I did not. Maybe next week. We talked for an hour there and we covered a lot of bases, so I guess that'll have to be for next time. I don't know if I said thank you to Part Ian.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Thank you, Part Ian, for the gifted sub, and thank you also, Metal Dipshit, for the 300 friend coin. Don't do it. Don't do the emote. Don't do the emote. I forbid you from doing the emote. No more.
You can count on me. You're
Stop
doing
doing
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Left FL1 candy liquor, 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 FL1 candy.
Thank you, Dr. Rocketface, for the 9 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Dr. Rocketface. I appreciate that. Thanks again for the raid, Left Flank Vets. I appreciate that. Thank you for the raid. You just missed Benjamin Norton, who I just had a great talk with, but you can catch the VOD of that, or you can catch it on YouTube. If you're gonna interrupt the stream with all these vulgar emotes,
you can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for the gifted sub as well. I really appreciate all the support, Comrade Social Distancing. I really, really do. If you're gonna
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, Librarian, for the 690.
Stop trying to censor.
Okay. I'm doing censorship. Again, I already censored Jordan Yule and the lengthy discussion of Magic the Gathering on our podcast, and now this. Thank you, Kakakakakak, for the 100 friend coin as well. Although you do have to, it costs 200 friend coin in order to have the text to speech. I must say, but thank you. What's the origin of the sick individual? It was when I was featured on Owen Schroyer, talked about me on InfoWars. If you are going to rudely interrupt the stream with these vulgar emotes, though, you can at least subscribe to the channel. Look, we got 30 seconds left of a hype train. We're almost finished level 5 of this hype train. You can at least subscribe or give a Prime sub or donate to the channel, at the very least. If you're going to disrupt and interrupt the stream in this way. Or just smash the follow button as well. You can also do that. Are you a blue deck player? I have no idea how Magic the Gathering works. It's okay, Nimged. It's all right. It's all right if you're broke. I understand. I've been there. I've been there many times. In fact, I'm currently still there. That's exactly why I have to log onto Twitch and just debase myself in this way on a daily basis. On a daily basis. Just humiliating myself each and every day on this platform. That's exactly why. So thanks again for the raid, folks. We have been talking a lot this week about Joe Biden's failed Summit of the Americas. We focused on that a lot this week. We've been looking at some of the highlights today. And we just spoke to Benjamin Norton of Multipolarista. Had a great discussion with him about the Summit of the Americas.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
The decline of the U.S. empire, imperialism, all that good stuff. Really highly recommend you check out the talk I just had with Ben Norton. You can catch the VOD of that. It will also be on YouTube. Okay, so I do want to take a small, short... I know you just got here, and I haven't talked about anything important, and I've just been looking at a picture of myself as a intergalactic worm god and asking people to subscribe to the channel. We are going to talk about more serious stuff. I'm going to be here for about another hour and a half, about. So I will be talking about more stuff, but I do have to take a short break to go to the bathroom. If you don't mind. If you don't mind. But don't go anywhere, okay? Don't leave. No one leave. No one leave. And thank you, Relic, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, Relic. Thank you. I do mind, actually. I'm sorry, Grom. I'm sorry. I'm not going to go for long. Okay? I'm not going to go for a long time. I'm just going to go on a little break here. Okay, I'm just going to go on a little break. And I will be back shortly. I'm just getting some audio visual content to here look at with you. I'm just finding something good to put on. I'm feeling a little bit of pressure right now. But it's okay. Okay, I'll be back in one moment, okay?
And so it has been in the last half century that U.S. leaders, I don't say the United States, and I don't say...
Hold on, I'm just going to go over here and do this. Okay? Throw this on.
And so it has been in the last half century that U.S. leaders, I don't say the United States, and I don't say we, We go and we do this and we go do that. I said, we? Wait a minute. We pay the taxes. We get screwed over. We get drafted to go. Or we have to
I
go in
do
the
actually
army.
say we.
It's they who do this.
I think I know Michael tries to make this distinction sometime, but I do say we, because even though the most wealthy people in our society are the ones that benefit the most from imperialism, we benefited from it too. We benefit from it in the form of cheap products. There's all kinds of ways that average people in the West do benefit from the system. I understand separating the average people from the elites, but the reality is that average people do indeed benefit from the violence of imperialism. That's why I do say we when we go and destabilize these places. Okay, I'll be back in one moment.
U.S. leaders have intervened directly with force and violence. The terror bombing of El Chirrio neighborhoods in Panama City. How many people have heard about it? Not that much, because the media didn't really give it the kind of play that you would get. 3,000 people killed there in Panama City when George I invaded Panama. The 2 million people who have died in Angola with the CIA-supported UNITA, war of attrition against Angola. The almost 1 million who died in Mozambique, again with these terror squads called Renamo, was the headline, the abbreviated title. It's not an acronym really. And again, supported by U.S. forces. The 1 million people who were killed in the military coup in Indonesia, which overthrew Sukarno, a military that was trained, equipped, advised, and whose salaries were even paid by the CIA and the U.S. State Department and such. So there have been these acts of mass murder. Now, the American people know very little of that. Very little of that gets even reported. The Indonesian massacre, in fact, wasn't even reported until several months later, and it got a box like this in Time magazine, and one story in the New York Times with an editorial applauding the military and saying that's very good, that's a stabilizing thing. And in Nicaragua, the Contra-backed, U.S.-backed troops who went in there and hit what they call soft targets, which were farming cooperatives, schools, community houses, granaries, energy stations, housing projects, just hit them and killing people and terrorizing, spreading terror and disillusion, disabling and destabilizing these countries. Rios Montt. Now this is, by the way, what I'm telling you is all a matter of public record. Rios Montt in Guatemala, who went with the Guatemalan army, that maddened, insane murder machine called the Guatemalan army, and President Clinton last year, remember, 2 years ago, even went and apologized to Guatemala and said, we're sorry for our role when Rios Montt went in there and wiped out 600 Mayan villages, 600 of them, 200,000 people, men, women, and children, killed every single one of them in sight. And Clinton actually apologized and said, I feel your pain, I'm sorry. He didn't explain why was the U.S. supporting this thug and this terrorizer and this murderer. Why are we hated throughout the Middle East after we bombed Somalia and killed 10,000 people with a military intervention? Compliments of George I and Clinton who continued it. Why are we hated throughout Latin America? It's not just the Middle East. You can go through Latin America, you can go through other parts of the world, Pacific Basin, and you'll find people who will see the United States as intervening everywhere. Intervening either directly with their own troops, as in Grenada, Panama, Somalia, Iraq, Yugoslavia. I was in Yugoslavia in the summer of 1999. After Clinton's 76 days of bombing around the clock. You want to talk about terror? You could see it, but with carpet bombing, with knocking out bridges in the Danube River, depleted uranium in the Danube River, which is a source of drinking water for millions of people. The cancer cases. The next year I went to Iraq and I saw children with cancer. They said the cancer, the leukemia rate among children has just skyrocketed, especially in southern Iraq around Basra and there. And to see these kids in these hospitals is one of the most heartbreaking things. From the terror bombing of U.S. and NATO forces in Iraq, spreading out that depleted uranium and everything else. They said we never had a high cancer rate in this country. until that happened. All of that is terror. And so, but you see, our media doesn't tell us that. Our media tells us that we are an innocent nation. We are an American nation who has been holding out a helping hand to people all over the world. And now these forces of evil hate us. They hate us because we love freedom. Well, I think the people are rather innocent. I think they're innocent of what their leaders do in their name. And I think maybe it's time that we wake up, because the first condition of a democratic citizenry is to have a critical view of what's going on. I remember during the Gulf War, a student saying to me, well, this is the difference between you and me. Yeah, it's not very pretty what's happening there. They are destroying a lot of things, but I have my faith in President Bush. I place my faith in President Bush. That was the first Bush, Bush the first, George the first he was talking about. And he said, I trust President Bush. I said, what do you mean you have your faith in President Bush? Faith? What are we doing? Religion here or politics? You have faith the way my Italian grandma had faith in St. Anthony. She's, oh my God. You go, oh, Georgie Bush, God bless. You light a candle to him? Or what are you talking about? Faith. What do you mean you trust? Trust, which is something where you put your interest in someone else's hands, something you do only with very close friends and loved ones. And even them, check them out once in a while, right? That's what trust is about. But democracy is about distrust. Democracy is about accountability. Democracy is about exposure. It's about political competition. It's about debate. It's about showing us what are the reasons you're doing this. What are the reasons you want another 20 billion for this, another 20 billion for that? What are the reasons you want to tax us even more and tax us even more? For what? What are the reasons you want to send American boys and girls now over to this country or that country or the other country? What's the reason that we have 350 military bases all over the world? Why do we have our fleet making port in about 40 different countries? Why are we militarizing outer space now with new forms of weaponry we hope to be able to attack and immobilize whole populations? With new electromagnetic weapons and all this sort of thing. Why are they doing it? Why are we training and supplying and financing the troops and the paramilitaries and the police of scores and scores of other nations? Is it because to guard them from attacking each other? No, El Salvador wasn't going to invade Guatemala. Guatemala wasn't going to invade Nicaragua. Nicaragua wasn't going to invade Honduras. No, it was to arm them to the teeth to keep their own people under the heel of those client state rulers. Well, why would we do that? Why are those U.S. leaders doing that? I would argue that it's not, as they say, to protect democracy in these countries. In some cases, they overthrew democracy. I already gave you an example. In Chile in 1973. In Guatemala in 1954. In Haiti under Father Aristide. Death squads killing Haitians. A popular movement. The people mobilizing themselves for something better. That's not what U.S. policy is about. Because George Bush and his friends and Bill Clinton and his friends do not represent the interests of the American people. They represent the interests of the transnational corporations. Their goal is to make the world safe for the Fortune 500. To prevent competing forms of political economic governance. That prevent countries or movements or organizations develop that say, we want to use the land and the labor and the capital and the natural resources of our country for our collective development, for ourselves. And we don't want to leave this open and leave it as just so much raw material for you guys to come in, take as you want, your agribusiness firms, your banks, your investors, your whatever else.
I'm here. I'm just letting this vibe
that
play.
That really is what it is about, I would say. Because you can look and you can see there are dictators. And the U.S. opposes some of them, but also loves others. When Fidel Castro took over in Cuba.
Nimged, if you're interested in exploring any writing by Michael Parenti, definitely recommend. I mean, his most well-known work is Black Shirts and Reds, definitely recommend. I think if you're interested in this subject, that's something you want to check out. If you want to have an understanding of like what fascism is, where it comes from, who supports it, who opposes it, a more realistic portrayal of an accurate portrayal of what the Cold War was about, and Western atrocities throughout the Third World during the Cold War. Black Shirts and Reds is kind of the definitive book on a lot of that stuff. I also recommend Against Empire, which I'm also reading, and another one of his most famous books is Inventing Reality, which Chomsky copied and shamelessly copied with his writing on manufacturing consent.
And formed what he thought was a popular dictatorship. He was asked, "Do you have freedom of the press?" He said, "No, we don't really. You're not free in Cuba to preach capitalism, racism, sexism, or imperialism, or those things. We do have a controlled press. Why don't you have our capitalist point of view in here in Cuba?" He said, "Well, we get all your stations from Miami anyway, but we'll be happy to put your viewpoint on our official television when you would make time and put our viewpoint on your television." But we can't do that because we have a free and independent press. Right. Okay, so we are told that we must oppose Cuba because Fidel Castro is a dictator. But wait a minute. Before Fidel Castro
all relevant to what we're talking about today, right?
1959, there had been 20 years of rule by a dictator. His name was Batista. Batista was a butcher. He was hated by the Cuban people. And the U.S. loved him, kissed him, hugged him, made nice with him, sent him aid, trained his Guardia Civile and all this sort of thing. What's the difference? What was the difference between Batista and Castro? The difference was that Batista was a cooperative dictator. What does that mean? It means that he opened up his country to U.S. interests. He says, "Come on in, boys. The tobacco industry here, the best in the world, right? Cuban tobacco, Cuban cigar. It's yours. The cotton industry, the sugar industry, the magnesium, the mining, the shell food, the tourist industry, the big one, all yours. You guys come on in. You own it all, Yankees. You can have it, you can profit, and I keep my people down so that they work hard for less. And the less you have to pay them, the more there is for you. And all you gotta do, though, is take care of me, my family, my brother Juan, my brother Jose, my cousin this and that. You give me my boodle, you train my police and paramilitary, and we'll take care of everything for you." And so it was a client-state relationship.
Cool. That was a nice little interlude.
لدينا أصدقاء ولا يوجد
I don't know who this guy is.
يوجد لديه عدو واحد هو كل من يقف في وجه مصالحه المادية. فيعني لا الشيوعية ولا الإسلام ولا النازية ولا الصين ولا روسيا ولا غيرها هم أعداء للغرب. إذا كانوا يلبوا المصالح فهم أصدقاء، إذا كانوا يقفوا ضد المصالح
Not sure who this fellow is.
يعني المبادئ صفر. لكن آخر حقيقة وهي من أشد الحقائق
Seems to make sense though, a lot of this stuff.
وقل من الناس تعرف عنها هي كذبة أن الغرب ضد النازية وأن الصهيونية ضد النازية. القلة تعرف بأن النازيين في أوكرانيا وهي منظمات نازية عملت بشكل وثيق مع هتلر أمنيا وعسكريا وعقائديا. عندما انتهت الحرب العالمية الثانية أخرج القادة البعض منهم إلى أوروبا والبعض منهم إلى أمريكا. وفي الخمسينيات طالبت CIA الإدارة الأمريكية أن يرفع الحظر عن هذه المجموعات النازية لأنها ضرورة لأمريكا في أوكرانيا التي كان جزء من الاتحاد السوفيتي. وما يؤكد هذا الكلام اليوم، هذا الكلام التاريخي، أن زيلينسكي هو صهيوني يهودي ولكنه يدعم المنظمات القومية المتطرفة التي قاتلت في الحرب العالمية الثانية عندما دخل هتلر وشارك جزء منها في المذابح ضد اليهود. فكيف يكون هذا الصهيوني اليهودي داعم لهذه المنظمات؟ والغرب يدعم هذه المنظمات التي تسمى اليوم منظمة آزوف اليمينية، وإسرائيل الصهيونية.
Does this guy know the Nazis stopped existing after World War II? Obviously not.
ذكرى البكاء على ضحايا المحرقة تدعم زعيما يدعم النازية التي قتلت اليهود. هذا يؤكد بأن الغرب يكذب في كل ما يقول، والغرب لا يهمه سوى أن يسيطر على العالم، أن يتحكم بالعالم، وأن ينهب الموارد ويملأ خزائنه بالأموال.
Not sure who that fellow is, but there was a lot of truth to that, though. Maybe look into that guy some more. No idea who that was, again, in case that wasn't clear. This has been a fun episode. I really enjoyed that talk with Ben Norton. No way to know, really. There's no way to know. Yeah, great talk with Ben Norton. Again, if you just showed up after that, you can catch the VOD of that. I think really worth listening to. I'll also be posting that on YouTube.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my goodness, Calm Like a Tom. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs from Calm Like a Tom. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Heck yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, great talk with Ben. You know, it's like I think we're just gonna. Well, I think we should just return to talking about the Summit of the Americas, and spend the next hour or so just continuing to stay focused on that. I had planned to take some time to talk about like the January 6th committee and stuff, and maybe look at some of the content that's been dropping from that. But I just don't know if I. What's the point of spending the next hour looking at that stuff? Like maybe next week sometime we can take a look at some of what's been going on with that. But I don't really feel like getting into it too much. I mean, the only thing I'll say about it is exactly what I said on the Insurgents podcast last night, and what I've been saying, which is that I think it's a serious thing that Donald Trump like commanded his acolytes to try and overthrow the government and try and go and riot. I think there was a bunch of like saps and MAGA, yahoos that just got pulled along with that because they liked the president and he was telling them to riot and stuff, so they did it. I do genuinely think that there were some bad people involved that actually meant to do harm to people and that really genuinely thought that they were overthrowing the government. These like Proud Boys types. I think that's a serious thing, but I guess I highly doubt, regardless of how serious I might think that is, regardless of how serious I might think it is, I don't think these hearings are going to turn up or anything or prove to anything that people don't already know about it. I don't think there will be any real consequences for anyone that was involved. It might be some good political theater, but ultimately the Democrats are just going to say like, well, now we'll let the voters decide. And they're just going to like not actually have any repercussions for anyone that was involved in it anyways. So it's hard. I have a hard time getting too worked up over these hearings that are going on now, regardless of anything that they turn up. I do genuinely think that there was like militia people involved, and I think there were people in the MAGA movement, the conservative movement, that were like Lauren Boebert, like calling or tweeting and giving away locations. I think and like the stuff about like meeting them in the days before and bring them on tours and stuff. I genuinely think that there was people involved in the Republican Party that absolutely did intend to overthrow the United States government. I don't really think very highly of the United States government, as you all know. You know this. I don't think it's some like sacred crime against decency to engage in that behavior. But I also think that these people this was like a fascist movement, and that a fascist overthrow of the U.S. government, regardless of whether I think that I care about what happens to any of these people, which I don't. I don't think fascists overthrowing the U.S. government would be a good thing. And Red Scary, that's the final element that's not being explored, and that's the one thing I tweeted about. Perhaps are we talking about this now? Perhaps we are. I don't know. Maybe we are talking about it now. I specifically said that I wasn't going to, and now I find myself talking about it. I mean, that's exactly the point I made last night, which is the whatever level of involvement of the intelligence community that there was here. This has always been the fundamental thing for me. We all know the U.S. government has the ability to defend the Capitol or any other building from these like riots or people that have these kinds of intentions. They've got fucking tanks and assault weapons. They've been militarizing for the last couple of decades specifically so they can stop any crowd from doing anything that they want to. They had the ability to call these kind of folks in to protect the Capitol building from this thing that was obviously planned. That was obviously planned online and with full public knowledge, people in their own names going on social media and literally saying that they intended to overthrow the government. And that's exactly Donald Trump, the most famous man in the world, the president of the United States, was repeatedly saying Democrats are stealing the election and we need people to go and like overthrow the government to stop them from doing that. Like he was very specifically saying these things for multiple weeks. Every single person that was paying attention knew exactly what was going to happen. And somehow these fucking yahoos and weird coalition of MAGA small business owners and kind of Proud Boy or 3%er oath keepers was able to get into this building and cause all this chaos. That's the question that I don't think has ever really been answered, and that's the thing I'm not expecting to hear any answers from in this in these hearings. You know, we all end like the Proud Boys, who are are a big part of this. The Proud Boys, and the president of the Proud Boys, was intimately involved in both the planning of January 6th and kind of carrying it out. This organization is just infested with feds. How many of these Proud Boys have been revealed to be federal informants? How many federal informants are there in this right-wing militia movement? I'm guessing more than a few, and I imagine more than a few of them were there that very day and were intimately involved in pulling this thing off, whatever it was. Yeah, it's strategy of tension hours. What they wanted was to get liberals on board with expanding and supporting the domestic security state, and they have that. Total success by the feds. Yeah, and as I've talked about before, Trump did kind of operate from this position of opposition with the intelligence community. He was kind of feuding with them the whole time, and these like national security ghouls viewed him as being a threat and unstable, and I think they had reason to want to do what they can to get rid of him, which is hilarious because they still didn't even fucking manage to do it, and he still probably is likely, regardless of any of this stuff, to come back and just become president again and take all this power completely legitimately and democratically, because now you have liberals bending over backwards to ensure that they're able to do that. Yeah, and rehabilitating cops. I mean, it's like these are my basic thoughts about this, you know. As I said, when we talk about federal involvement in this kind of a thing in January 6th, when I talk about that, it doesn't mean that I think that Donald Trump is like innocent of anything, or that like most people that were there aren't just like right-wing assholes who were there totally of their own volition, who just loved Donald Trump and wanted to support him and were convinced that the election was stolen because he was saying that. And there's a whole right-wing media apparatus that was repeatedly saying that. most people that fall into that category. But there was this highly organized subsection of folks that were involved in January 6th, connected to this militia movement, that were, I think, more interested in like going to specific locations, going after certain people, that were, at least in their minds, were part of a plot to like actually legitimately overthrow the U.S. government. And how many of those folks were federal informants? How much of that was part of this process that we've seen the FBI and other intelligence organizations carry out, where they are involved in the radicalization and planning of these terrorist incidents, which they then kind of use to their own benefit. I mean, they do this kind of stuff all the time. The funny part is that some of the cops knew it was an op, and some of the cops just supported the MAGA troops and let them in because they're right-wing psychos. And like both things can be true. Yeah, that's part of it as well. Absolutely. There's I think what we saw on January 6th is, in a way, there's like factions of the security state kind of feuding with each other. And you have kind of like pro-establishment infiltration of these right-wing groups on the part of certain organizations. You've got members of other security state organizations that are sympathetic to Trump that agree with the whole propaganda, all the right-wing propaganda about it. And they're kind of feuding with each other in a way. Man, I'm sure the feds got Terra and were like, okay, we're good. No need to infiltrate further. Of course. Like, it's... I mean, you can't really say, like, on one hand, the dozens of stories about Proud Boys and these organizations being infested with federal informants, and also just take a look at their intricate involvement in the January 6th and, like, all the chaos that came out of that, and start to ask some basic questions about who knew what and who, like, whether or not these organizations were involved. Like, they obviously were. The intelligence community was obviously deeply involved in this incident. Like I said before, it doesn't absolve Trump of anything, or it doesn't absolve most of the people that were just there because there was a mass media push to bring people there. You know, both of all of this can be true at once. Yeah, and the pipe bombs, the mystery pipe bombs, they just never followed up on that. Yeah, that's just whatever. It's probably nothing. And I do think there was like people like Boebert and MTG who were like part of this kind of plot. I do genuinely think that, but I also don't think that these hearings are going to mean anything. I don't think there will maybe be like some random fall guy from the Trump world that goes down for this, maybe at the very best case scenario. And it's going to be a lot of theater that basically says what we all know, that Trump commanded people that commanded his followers to storm the Capitol, which they did. It will probably ignore the role that the intelligence communities played. I imagine that's going to be conveniently sort of left out of it. And yeah, as I said, I think ultimately what's going to happen is that they're going to make this case publicly, and they're going to say, now we're going to leave it up to the voters, because of course it would be too mean. It would be too much for Democrats to wield political power to put their political opponents in jail, for example, if they were convinced that they were part of some kind of plot or crime. It would be too outrageous and uncivil to use their political power to strip those people of assignments, get them out of the government. Clarence Thomas, the fucking arch conservative Supreme Court justice's wife, was emailing dozens of state officials to complain about the election being stolen, and suggesting that her husband, the Supreme Court justice, would be willing to rule in favor of cases that overturn the election results. Get Clarence Thomas out of there. If you're going to complain about the Supreme Court, that's open corruption, criminality, whatever you want to call it. Fucking get him arrested, put him behind bars. Any competent political party would be taking this moment to act decisively, and not a year and a half later, but in the weeks following. Immediately when people are still thinking about this, and it's still emotions are still high about it, and not bend over backwards at the same time to make sure that your committee is as bipartisan as possible. This committee is being led by Liz fucking Cheney, a fucking conservative Republican. They bend over backwards to ensure, because if she's doing it, then it's bipartisan, and then it's not. We can't be accused of doing any kind of partisan. For fuck's sakes. Like, if any competent political party would have taken all this, and there would be recalls of Supreme Court justices. You'd have senators and Congress people immediately being questioned, stripped of assignments, punished in some way for this. But instead, it's a year and a half later. It's led by a conservative Republican, just in the same way that liberals put their faith in James Comey, just in the same way that liberals put their faith in James Comey or fucking Merrick Garland. They just keep relying on these conservatives to bail them out and make them seem reasonable. They're putting now their faith in Liz Cheney. And it's a year and a half later. No one cares. There's inflation. Gas is people. It's impossible to fill up their cars with gas. Groceries are more expensive. Housing is more expensive. Everything's on the verge of fucking collapse. Everyone's dealing with this stuff in their lives. They're not going to care about this like political theater now. You know, they're not going to care about this political theater now. They're going to just like, it's just going to be viewed as this kind of distraction, regardless of how serious any of this stuff was. You may think the generals aren't competent either, but a Globetrotters game would be a lot less fun without them. Yeah. This is what I mean. I think a competent political party would have actually taken this immediately after it happened and gone after their political opponents and used it to build power for themselves to enact their own agenda. Obviously, that's not something the Democratic Party is interested in now. We're going to get that lawyer guy on Twitter to post 165 tweet threads about it. I just don't know, like, how many times people have to be disappointed. Like, this has been going on since the Bush administration. Oh yeah, Rumsfeld's going to go down for this. Cheney's going to go down. These guys are the most horrible criminals of modern times. War criminals. Like, they're walking free to this day. None of these things ever amount to anything when it comes to powerful folks. Again, beside the odd fall guy. It's the same thing. They thought Trump was going to get arrested in 2016, 2017. They thought he was going to get arrested in 2020. They're still saying it, whether it's with the January 6th thing or the whatever other corruption with Trump University that they think they're going to get them on. I mean, it's been decades now of them telling themselves, these powerful people, their day has come and they're finally going to be punished for this, but it's just not going to happen. I was crushed after Barr got ahead of the Mueller report. That was enough for me. That Mueller report was that was 2 years of that. 2 years of this like weird worship and fetishization of this, again, conservative former head of the CIA. I'm talking about James Comey and the FBI. But yeah, this weird obsession and fetishization with Mueller. Which just led to nothing. These liberals keep relying on these conservatives to bail them out, to make them appear less partisan, and lo and behold, it does not materialize to anything ever. Lock them up and then do daily Nickelodeon-style slimings to keep morale high. I mean, this is exactly why I just have a hard time getting worked up about any of this January 6th stuff, regardless of whether I'm not just dismissing it and saying it doesn't matter. Like, I do think it matters that there are fascists that want to seize power even more than they already have in the United States. I think a fascist coup in the United States would lead to a lot of worse outcomes for many millions of people. I am indeed against that. I don't think that's a good thing. So when I talk about how useless these committee hearings are, I'm not saying I think there's been a kind of strain of being like, oh, it's just doesn't matter or anything, but I do think it matters. But the time to do something was in the weeks and months following, and they should have gone after them with everything that they had. There was a public mandate for that. They blew it, and it's just not going to lead to anything now. What do you mean fetishization? This is totally normal. Okay, let's see this. Remember when he finally spoke too? Remember when he finally, like, you just saw pictures of him, and then he finally spoke, and he's just the most like soft-spoken, like lame nerd. Mueller, she wrote. They rely all on this guy, and then in this report, it's so pathetic. It's just so pathetic. In this report, the Mueller report, it basically says, yeah, we think that there's evidence there to maybe charge the president with the crime. But then, like, passing the buck of responsibility and being like, not that that's our responsibility to do anything about it, or to make these kind of accusations. And then that's the end of the 2 years of hysteria about that.
Director Mueller,
Look at this guy's
the president has
this
repeatedly
nerd.
claimed we are unable of justice. Is that correct?
Well, we, at the outset, determined that we, when
This
it
is
came to
the fucking charisma magnet that the
president's
liberals
culpability,
pinned all their hopes and dreams
we
on.
needed to, we needed to go forward only after
This
taking
just
into account
doddering
the OLC opinion that
buffoon,
indicated that
fucking
a
ghoul.
president, sitting president, cannot be indicted.
So the report did not.
They spent 2 straight years hyping that up and talking about how it was going to be, Trump was going to be let out of that White House in handcuffs and stuff. And that's the amazing thing. The amazing thing about all this is that they're now on the verge of just handing over power to these like extreme right elements and just handing them all levers of power in the U.S. government completely democratically, including Trump himself, because they've mismanaged their one opportunity to possibly seize this moment and give people a reason to continue supporting them. They've blown absolutely every single thing that they wanted to do. Now they're just on the verge of just handing over power totally democratically. They didn't even need to do this January 6th coup bullshit. Trump literally could have just, and should have in retrospect, just been the bigger man. Listen, here's a little hypothetical thought experiment for you, okay? Imagine Donald Trump, after losing the election to Joe Biden, is just says, okay, we lost the election, makes whatever complaints that he wants about it, but admits that he lost the election, concedes, he does the whole concession thing. He would have gotten so much. He would have had a whole 6-month honeymoon with Western press that would have been like, look how like mature and statesman-like Trump was, that he did the right thing. And he would have gotten, like, these liberals would have been worshiping at his feet for just like doing this basic responsibility. So he would have not been kicked off social media. None of that crazy controversy would have even happened. He would have been getting worship from this liberal media types while still probably, telling them to fuck themselves as he does. And he could have just hung back then and allowed the Democrats to completely mismanage and blow this entire opportunity, which we all predicted they would in the first place, and which they have done on every single level. Joe Biden's approval rating is lower than Trump's was when January 6th happened. Like, it's one of the most historically unpopular administrations in history. There's a recession on the horizon, which everyone acknowledges now. Trump could have just hung back, taken all that praise for just doing the basic right thing, and could have been in a position in 2024 to just walk right back and make a case to people that, the Democrats fucked everything up and caused the recession. And he could have just probably would have won every single state in the 2024 election if he had done that. But regardless of all that, regardless of that hypothetical Earth 2 situation of what could have happened, we're living in this universe, and still, even with the fucking chaos of January 6th, Trump is very much still put in place to walk right back in 2024 and just take power completely legally, which is that's a real testament to how bad the Democrats have blown this one. The old darkest timeline. It sucks to be here, doesn't it? It sucks. And that's a good point too, Matt. They're just doing it for Pence now instead. Mike Pence now is the next conservative that they're all pinning their hopes and dreams on. It's the most unbelievably pathetic thing. It's unbelievably pathetic that they just keep doing this. And these moderate conservatives just keep fucking doing this to them and convincing them that if we just ally with these moderate conservatives, that'll show everyone how, and it's just time and time again, the same result. It's literally just painful to watch it happen. I heard if they charge him with sedition, he can't run, but they aren't doing that. And that's what I mean, no free will. I don't think anything will actually come out of this, out of these hearings. As I said, after this happened, like we covered January 6th on this show when it happened, and afterwards, yeah, I was like, that makes sense to like use this to go after Trump and just make it, if you not just impeach him, but make it so he can't run for president again. Like that's something that they should probably do, which they are literally just not, they've deliberately not done it because they would be accused of being authoritarian or whatever. So they're just not going to do it. And he's just going to walk right back into becoming president again in 2024, unless it's fucking DeSantis or another one of these lunatics. But Bernie wouldn't have been able to get anything done. It's just been so fucking crazy to see everything that everyone, I've talked about this a lot this week, but everything that people were saying would happen with Joe Biden, like it all happened exactly as people said it would. That's really the most amazing thing. It's really been just as a fucking disastrous decision to back him as every single random weird online leftist was saying it was going to be. Yeah, moderate Al-Qaeda. It's like the moderate Syrian rebels. Yeah, it's the moderate wing of the like evangelical Christian fascists that want to rule the country. Don't worry, we can trust these people. Their plan was probably to have this distract from the fact that they hadn't done anything, kind of like their version of Benghazi hearings, but now inflation is 8.6 and gas is $5 plus a gallon. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just not gonna fly with people. Failed summit, more like failed stream. I think the stream has been very successful. Thank you, Proto Zero. Got a couple hundred viewers. People enjoy the conversation. I think it was a highly successful stream. In fact, I think this stream was more successful than the Biden administration's Summit of the Americas. There's literally more people watching this than that, whatever that bullshit is. Vote Republican to get the GOP agenda done. Vote Democrat to get the GOP agenda done. This is democracy. And we love to lecture other countries about how democratic they are, right? We love to do that. Well, we don't invite Cuba or Venezuela to the Summit of the Americas because they're not democratic, you see. I seem to recall that everyone's favorite controversial mustachio Georgian claimed that Social Democrats were the moderate wing of fascism. What does that make the U.S. Democrats? Well, I mean, we got progressive U.S. Congress people coming together to agree with the establishment to send tens of billions of dollars worth of weapons to, right-wing militias in eastern Ukraine right now. So pretty much says it all right there, doesn't it? Or also voting to, fund Israel's continual defense as well, the Iron Dome and all that stuff. That's what the progressive Democrats the progressive Congress people of the Democratic Party are up to right now. Yeah, just one sec. I just have to check for one thing. Whew. Jair Bolsonaro is attending on the condition that no one mentions the largest South American genocide of indigenous people and indeed state-sanctioned murder program in that region. I mentioned that earlier with my conversation with Ben Norton, but yeah, very true. It goes back to Biden's climate stuff as well, doesn't it? Like Biden, who claims to be some kind of climate champion, and when, Biden is running against Trump, climate is held up as this is the reason why you have to vote for Biden. Look, he believes in climate change. He wants to do this and that, and he wants to fight climate change. These other guys don't even believe it. How can you say that they're the same? So Biden gets elected, does not do any of the climate, pass any of the legislation that he proposed regarding climate, doubles and triples down, of course, on the same economic system that is causing the climate crisis in the first place, and then meets with people like Bolsonaro, who through clear cutting in the Amazon are like exponentially increasing the rate of global climate change, which is of course not allowed to be mentioned while Bolsonaro was at this summit, including a personal meeting with Biden, while of course they're saying that countries like Cuba and Nicaragua cannot attend. Biden is crying that he opened up all these leases for drilling, and then the oil companies loved the high prices so much they didn't even drill and bring prices down. We were saying, he was saying this on his interview with Jimmy Kimmel the other day, and it's fucking amazing to see the president of the United States saying this kind of stuff and just complaining about these oil companies that are not because of in the pursuit of the profit motive are engaging in this kind of thing and making the situation worse, which literally threatens the future of human life on this planet. And he's fucking complaining about it to a talk show host rather than doing something about this problem that doesn't involve just trying to see if you can pass legislation. You're talking about an issue here. There's private capitalists that are engaging in price fixing in an effort to secure maximum profits for themselves and their shareholders, against the better interests of the citizens of the people that live in the country and people around the world who are affected by climate change. And you're just complaining to a talk show host about this. You're just complaining to a talk show host. This is just a weak country. It's a weak fucking country. That real governments that actually had the best interests of the people in the country in mind would be taking these CEOs and engaging in a kind of coercive measures to ensure that they conform to a more equitable way of doing business. But it's pathetic to see the president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, who can snap his fingers and eradicate a fucking village in Yemen, but is just at the mercy of these oil CEOs who are just no, we're going to just price gouge and ruin your we're going to ruin your political legacy through our own greed and our own price gouging. And he's just okay, Mac. And he's complaining to Jimmy Kimmel rather than doing anything about this. They won't even publicly berate them. He's not even naming names. He won't even name names of the people in his own party that said to his whole agenda, no. That just said no and vetoed his entire agenda. He won't even talk about that. It's just sad. Nixon literally just set the price of gas. Biden can do that. People pretend that Biden can't just sign executive orders, even obviously illegal executive orders, and have them executed. That's just literally what Trump did. The lesson that people should have learned from the Trump era is that none of these institutions mean anything. These precious institutions that liberals pour their whole souls into, that they cherish so much, and these precious norms, these institutions and these norms that liberals lose their mind over. Trump exposed what should have been the lesson that everyone took away from that was none of this shit matters. None of these norms exist. Power is just like whatever you make of it. You can do whatever you want with it, and you can dare people to stop you from doing it. None of these norms matter. The norms of the filibuster, the norms of any of this stuff. Like all of a sudden, you have a Senate of 100 senators. You should need 50 votes to pass legislation. Well, all of a sudden, there's just this new norm that appears that now you need 60 votes. And then liberals, when they get in power, they're like, well, even though that didn't used to be the case, I guess now you need 60. Rather than just saying, no, fuck you, we're going to change the rules back so we can do stuff. They're obsessed with respecting these norms. And Trump routinely breaking these norms and exposing these norms for being completely made up, arbitrary bullshit, was like one of the most positive thing that Trump was doing in terms of just showing to everyone that was paying attention that these things don't actually matter. If the rule that brought you to this, if the rule you followed brought you to this, of what use was the rule? That's right. And they're so like Joe Biden's so paralyzed by this exact same fear of upsetting these norms, that he's allowing his own legacy to fucking just go into the toilet. Joe Biden could have, talk about another alternate future thought experiment. Joe Biden could have actually been elected, and if he had enacted some of the policies that were part of that Build Back Better framework, that was like New Deal level, drastic change in government spending and social programs and stuff. That would have been like a historical moment. It wouldn't have been the be all and end all that would have like saved anything or like, and on a foreign policy level, it also would have been, I'm sure, a disaster. But still, Joe Biden would have had a legacy from that, of coming in and surprising people and being that kind of level of FDR level historical figure, which is, I think, what Biden even wanted from this. And he's just not done it. He's just not done it. Now his own legacy is just going right in the toilet. The 50 number doesn't even matter because they can't even get that. Well, yeah, that's right. It's like, that's the whole thing, is like they say now that we need 50, and if Manchin was on board with any of this stuff, then they would need 60. And if they had 60, they would need 75. The infrastructure bill is just basic reproduction of society shit that any competent state should do. Yeah, and it's still all talk about climate shit. It's still all based in just like highways and infrastructure. I'm sure there's like some relatively competent things in there that might just, yeah, like you said, just be basic like maintaining of the state, but nothing in there that anyone's gonna like remember decades from now. Manchin and Cinnabon would have been black bagged if the DNC meant business. Well, it's the same way that it's like I said they should have been going after their political opponents and these Trump types that wanted to overthrow the government. Should have been threatening to throw Manchin's kids in jail. Manchin's corrupt. His fucking shitty, corrupt family should have been getting talked about in the media by Democratic Party people every single day. You know? They can't do it. A park in my neighborhood is closed because the highway bridge above it is falling off in chunks, but I'm supposed to be grateful for the bare minimum infrastructure support. Yeah, it's like, oh, great job. Like, give Joe Biden a head pat because they're taking the basic precautions with the crumbling roads and bridges, the fact that there's like vital infrastructure just completely falling apart across the United States, and you're doing basically the bare minimum to like pay private companies to upgrade that in like any way. I'm no longer in mortal danger. And yeah, talk about infrastructure. And if you want to talk about like what a historic investment in infrastructure would be, obviously you just need to look at what has been happening in China over the last 15 years. And if Biden cared about climate, or if he cared about this historical legacy or infrastructure, they could have started work on a high-speed rail system. And are they going to do that? No, they're not. No major update to the infrastructure since the 50s. Definitely very sustainable. Definitely a very sustainable situation. And now, again, like I've been pointing out, you have them on the verge of just handing over power to these exact same extreme right reactionaries that wanted to overthrow the government on January 6th. Now they're just right on the verge of handing them over power completely democratically. This could have been America. It's really loud music. Turn it down. You can do this. You can just like build new stuff. There's no law saying you can't just build new infrastructure and new incredible technical feats like this. You don't have to invent a bunch of like technological engineering marvels in the 30s and 40s and 50s and then just forget about it for the rest of the history of your country. You can indeed just like continue building stuff and continue doing stuff to benefit people that live in your country. Thank you, Critical Mass.
Dylan Burns, she upset.
Yes, but will it be profitable? And that's the thing, DRP. Like, I don't know if you were around the other day when we looked at that thread about the Chinese high-speed rail system. Like Red Scare saying, can't stop thinking about my husband just pulling out the China rail map, showing it to my mom and saying, if we had communism, we could have this. And yeah, there was that thread going around the other day that we talked about on the show, where that weird like Democratic Party establishment liberal guy was saying, actually, people talk about the Chinese high-speed rail system, and it's like really actually not all that great because it's not profitable. The semi-private industry that financed it is like way in debt now, and it's not earning profit. And it's like, yeah, that's because they built their public infrastructure out without the profit motive in mind. That's not the reason they're doing things. They're doing things to like improve the lives of the people that live in the country. They're building green infrastructure because there is, as we keep hearing about, a climate crisis on the horizon. So they're building infrastructure especially for the future that they're going to rely on more and more, which you have to start. Like, this is the thing that Americans don't understand, or Westerners don't understand. If you want to have something 15, 20 years from now, you need to start it before and not wait till it's too late to start the thing, because you're going on this quarter by quarter profit motive basis. If you want to have big infrastructure projects finished years from now, when there's a big climate crisis happening, you have to actually start prior to that, like in the years prior. which is what we're not doing and what China is doing. It's not out of that's the whole example of how it's not being done in service of the profit motive. And that's why exactly as much as like other folks, even people on the left in the US want to dismiss China as being capitalist. When you see these things playing out, it's very obviously not capitalist, because if it was, these things wouldn't be happening, because those kinds of projects with these kind of motivations don't happen under a capitalist system, right? Very loud, epic music in this. Oh, you like sitting in a high-speed train with all the other sheep? I prefer individualism, thank you, and will now drive my car through this nifty, interestingly lit, one-way underground burnt to death in my car tunnel. Right, that's private innovation. That's where it delivers you. Great Gravel Institute vid about the Chinese economy today. Okay, that's today that came out. I've seen a couple mentions of that. That's definitely something we will have a look at. Not today, obviously, but I will be back on Monday. We can take a look at it then. It is worth acknowledging that China suffers, e.g. Tencent, to exist. However, to say that $1 billion corporation makes China a capitalist country is no more logically sound than saying the creaking skeleton of the NHS makes the United Kingdom a communist country. That's a good point as well, right? And as always, when we talk about this, we don't need to pretend that we can acknowledge China's incredible accomplishments without suggesting that it's perfect or there's not still exploitation or contradictions or bad outcomes. I don't think anyone thinks that. But it is important, I think, to focus on these incredible accomplishments and point out these things. And also with the understanding that they're still partway through a process which is taking them to a kind of a specific end goal. They're part of a decades-long strategy to build these productive forces and build this infrastructure and develop their nation this way. They're still a few decades away from kind of reaching the conclusions of that. And, we can speculate on what that's going to look like. But, the possibility is there and the hope is there that when this kind of ultimate goal is reached, then the systemic problems that still exist today with whatever poverty there's, even though they've all but eliminated extreme poverty, whatever systemic problems they have, they're going to be able to address these, and they're going to have the means to address those to an even greater extent than they do now. It was a cool video, though. Cool video. This has been a good stream. Meanwhile, Americans are all mad that they're subsidizing good things and not just bad things. Yeah, well, and it's like it's not hard to understand why Americans or any Westerners like cynical about our governments and why everyone's so upset and alienated. And we've internalized this whole idea that our government, no matter how wealthy it is, just can't ever do anything that helps people. We've just internalized this logic that it's somehow bad or wrong or authoritarian to have a government that just like decides to engage in these kinds of projects. We've internalized this idea that the only way we have freedom and democracy is if we have these opposition groups constantly opposing each other to ensure that nothing ever happens. And that's how you get people in the West criticizing other countries who are clearly engaging in this effort to like improve the lives of the people that live there. Yeah, Reaganism is defund and mishandle government, blame government for the problem you created. Yeah, and liberals in the West have been completely complicit with that project, right? The Clintonites, the Blairites, Obama, they were all deeply invested in that, in perpetuating that exact same political project, with maybe a little bit of difference in rhetoric, or maybe a smaller feint towards, social programs or social equality. Mulrooney and Chrétien Harper too. Yeah, it's been a ideologically coherent project, like across the West, to install this kind of system of privatization, free market economics, austerity. Here in Latin America, mostly in Uruguay, Argentina, and Bolivia, I think there's a big China economic influence because in the case of Uruguay, it's our biggest client in terms of exports, and Argentina and Bolivia are accepting big debts from the Chinese government. Well, this is something we talked a lot about today, Sushiano, with our guest Ben Norton, and I think the main thing I always kind of keep in mind talking about that is the way that the West and Canada and the United States have engaged in this kind of process of exploitation throughout Latin America for several decades, and the crushing effect that has had in societies throughout Latin America, our installation of right-wing dictatorships like Pinochet. Again, this forcing countries in Latin America to accept this very specific version of neoliberal economics that's favorable to Western multinational corporations. So I know when you take a look at China's investment in Central and South America, it might not mean that it's perfect, or it might not mean that there's not exploitation that's involved in that. But overall, I think it's a positive thing that that option is available for countries in Latin America, and they're not forced to develop along the side the U.S.-based IMF model of development, which has been, I think, devastating for countries around the world, not just in Latin America, but all over the world where this has been attempted. I mentioned it before, but Jay Therapel wrote an incredible paper about how China's export of capital is actually weakening U.S. imperialism. That does sound interesting, and that's a lot about what we talk about on this show. The U.S. will refuse to even cooperate with many Latin American countries and then do the surprise Pikachu face when Latin American countries make deals with other superpowers. This is it's something I talked about earlier, Void, with Ben Norton when he was on the show. But yeah, I think that's the amazing thing right now is knowing the history of the exploitation of Latin American countries on the part of Western imperialism. It's amazing to see them kind of looking around and scratching their heads and wondering why these countries are choosing to develop along these other lines. And they're saying, why aren't they going with the IMF? Why aren't they going with Western development? And it's like, well, because they have a basic understanding of these power dynamics and history, and have a basic memory longer than a few months that goes back decades and centuries of imperialist exploitation, and they know full well what this process means. And yeah, they're taking a different alternative to that. It's not really a surprising thing. It shouldn't be surprising to anyone. But to people high up in the U.S. government, they're just shocked at this. It's just like unthinkable to them. It's really kind of remarkable. Anyone want to take bets on how long the Falkland Islands would remain British? Oh man, Dave, that would be so cool if they lost the Falklands, considering the ways that they in the 80s, that was a way for them to sort of shore up their sort of like British Empire nationalistic spirit. It would be very funny for them to lose it and have it kind of be taken away under their noses and be dared to respond to it, but just be too weak to even do anything. I think China relations with Latin America is mostly similar to the ones of the British Empire. The British Empire installed big buildings and trains in the continent, but then our economies turned really dependent from only British investors. Now the same is happening with the Chinese governments. I think comparing what's happening with Chinese development in Latin America or elsewhere with like the legacy of exploitation of the British Empire is right now not accurate. And I understand if you might be concerned about what the future may hold. I think that kind of basic assumption, though, it makes an assumption about the China's motivations in engaging in this kind of development. And I think it's a little bit premature to assume that people in China are just as interested in the subjugation and exploitation of these countries as people in the West were and people in the British Empire were. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I do think it's premature to assume that they have these same nefarious motivations in engaging in this kind of development process. I don't think that's necessarily true that they are doing that. It is true that the shift away from the U.S. and toward China is significant. I'd agree with the thesis that it weakens U.S. imperialism in the region. Countries in Latin America have more room to operate. Even Mexico, which remains a top trading partner of the U.S., is able to resist U.S. imperialism. Just look at AMLO's stance with the Summit of the Americas. I mean, this is precisely what we've been talking about on the show, especially this week, covering the Summit of the Americas. That's exactly what I talked about with Ben Norton earlier today, which if folks weren't around, I recommend you check out the VOD for it. But that's exactly it. It's it doesn't mean that the process is perfect or devoid of any exploitation or is just like 100% this utopian sort of benevolent humanitarian thing. But I think there's already been some measurable positive effects of this kind of Chinese development in Latin America and in Africa that have weakened the ability of Western imperialism to operate with impunity in these countries, which is overall a good thing for people around the world that have been suffering under the boot of Western imperialism and exploitation now for generations. Friends, I do have to go pretty soon. I got to go in about 15 minutes. You know what? I don't know if I thanked Critical Mass for the sub 15 minutes ago. I hope I did. I don't really recall, but thank you, Critical Mass. I do have to go in about 15 minutes. If you are watching the stream for the first time today and you enjoy this kind of content and you enjoy this kind of discussion and you're interested in countering Western propaganda and you're interested in talking about the new Cold War and multipolarity and all imperialism and this kind of stuff, this is what we talk about each and every day on this channel, which is supported and which survives, of course, through the generosity of people in the community. So if you're watching for the first time today, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can do so with the Amazon Prime sub, which Amazon Prime users have, which is absolutely free. You can get the emotes of the channel, some of the best emotes on the entire platform. I recommend you join the Discord server as well, which is like where this community kind of goes when the show's not on the air. But yes, if you do like the content and you enjoyed the program today and you're watching, especially if you're watching for the first time, if you're one of our precious lurkers, you know, we love the lurkers, but we could be doing more. That's all there is. That's all. Okay? We love our lurkers, but you could be doing a bit more. It's $5 a month. You can subscribe to the channel, get the emotes, support the community.
You can count on me.
And that's
You're gonna
it.
have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Join the Discord to watch Morbius with us tomorrow night. This is not a joke. That's right. It's very deadly serious. As deadly as Dr. Michael Morbius in the film Morbius. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Alien HD Tiniest Boop. Very much appreciated, Tiniest Boop.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's Morbin time.
Thank you, Weenus. Weenus, thank you very much for the 10 months of Tier 1. It's Morbin time.
You can
indeed.
count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
A hot meal, thank you for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
The Morbius is tomorrow at 9 p.m. So what I recommend everyone does, if you're not in the Discord server, again, there's a there's a link in the chat to join the Discord server. So if you're not part of that, join that Discord server and go and click up in the top column under events. There's 17 events scheduled, upcoming. There's book clubs, there's movie nights, discussion groups, all kinds of stuff going on in the Discord server. So join that and check out the different events. We got Morbius tomorrow night and a lot of other great stuff coming up. Kijiji Genie, thank you very much for the gifted sub, Kijiji Genie. Very much appreciated. We're very close to the sub goal, folks. And in fact, one generous chatter out there could get us to the sub goal, which would be I think that would be a great cap to this week of programming, which has been, I think, very successful. I think it's been a very successful week of programming here on TRRS.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, thank you very much, Weenus. Weenus of Lore, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Very much appreciated. Thank you. So close. We're so close to that sub goal.
You can count on
I can
me.
almost taste
Have
it.
good
Oh
old
my
Rob
gosh.
To talk you through all this.
Oh my goodness gracious. Sam Cider. Thank you so very, very much, Sam Cider, for the 4 gifted subs. We made it to the sub goal. Thank you, Sam. Let's look at one. Because listen, I'm a fair man. Sam, I really appreciate you getting us to the sub goal today. If you want to go ahead and post one cursed image in the Discord server right now, we will look at your one. You may choose one cursed image to show us. You can post it in the I don't know what thread you should post it on. Shit posting? Whichever one you want. Just tell me where it is. The TRRS extended universe is like the rehab spas that turn out to be Scientology or some other cult indoctrination centers. That's more or less. Yeah, that's more or less what it is. I think. Just posted in shit posting. Okay, here we go. This is cursed Sam's. Oh my goodness. Honestly, this isn't that cursed. This is kind of cool. I must admit, I was ready to cringe, but like this, I actually kind of like this. He's orange, folks. The man is orange. This isn't edited. Sam just captured Rob in an off-guard moment. That's right. That's exactly correct. Okay, we got one more. Maybe we could do something with like Morabius or something. Morabius. Is there something there? I even edited the article on this one. Aliens block Rob nukes. Uri Geller reckons aliens will stop Rob Rousseau if he tries to fire his nuclear weapons. The Spoonbender thinks they will use advanced technology to scramble the Twitch streamers' warheads. Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that, Uri. You don't think I've planned for that? You don't think I planned for that exact contingency? Who the fuck do you think I am, Uri? You think I'm an amateur over here? Look, our friend of the stream, Bleep Blomp Ben, is streaming on TYT right now. So let's raid her. Let's raid TYT and Galaxy Brain with friend of the stream, Bleep Blomp Ben. Thank you so much again, everyone, for watching today. This was a great one. I really enjoyed that conversation with Ben Norton. Make sure you keep an eye out for the VOD of that. It'll be up on YouTube as well. I will be back on Monday, as usual. Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing. And I'll catch you in the Discord server. I'm serious. If you're watching this and you haven't subscribed, you got to join that Discord server. Even if you're a lurker, okay? Even lurkers are allowed to do this. We give you one more opportunity. And then when I go live again, you get alerts when I go live as well. That's one of the other benefits to it. Comrade Social Distancing, I know you can do this. If you're able to use Twitch, you can use it. If I can do it, then you can do it. Okay? I'll talk to you folks on Monday. I'll see you on Monday. Bye.